Yeah. And then just, yep, and just, you know, fucking try not to get hit, you know? I don't know how this works at all, so we'll see. Oh, God. Go, go. Oh, God. Okay, so... Where are you? Ho, ho. Okay, we know where the horse is. Gotta see where he is. I don't see where this guy is. Oh, there you are. Dose just because I got hit, you know? And then, how do we get in? I think it's here. Yeah, you have to like go over here and, up the green and over and then around over here. Yeah. And then, I don't know. Does it go further? I can't remember. Wait, does it go through? I can't remember. Is this it? Yeah, like it goes further, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it does. Oh god, it started me. Fucking... Fucking annoying. Oh god, get cover. I gotta get on the damn boat. Cool, you can just board it from land now. That's awesome. I like that. It's a good change. So, I'm on cargo, I guess. Running cargo. Oh god, I gotta get cover. Boo! I mean, now, somebody knows I'm here. I'm just gonna get the suppressor off this. Get down. Oh god, get the meds. Keep pumping. Okay. I'll just jump in the water if it sucks. There, he's dead. Meds. Gotta get meds. Fucking annoying. Okay, got meds. I'm just gonna pump the meds because, I mean, why not? I'm here. Might as well try and win, you know? See if I can get all of them. Where is he? What's he shooting at? Is it zombies? No, who is he shooting at? Oh, God. Oh, that was bad. What was he shooting at? God, Ugh. Well, here I am on cargo. Kind of extreme. Kind of want to jump off it, but I mean, I don't have a laptop is one of the things. My ammo's doing okay, at least. Oh, no laptop. It's so dumb. Tell me there's a laptop here, please. Hollow sight's good? Oh, God. Where is he? Go. Get cover. Where are you, asshole? I want to get the other crate. Oh, God. No. Reload. Oh, God. Fucking annoying. can hear you. You're so annoying. Who else came? Okay, you fucker. I want that crate. I got a hollow sight. That made all of this worth it. If I can get out with it. Ooh, hey, yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, shit. You know, all the rest of this is, like, pretty much menial. But, I mean, I got the two things that I wanted, and hopefully there's a laptop in the crate. Nope. But I got an extended mag. That is good. That's really good. Extended and hollow on the same run is really good. So, gotta get out of here now. Okay, gotta get out of here, and I think that's all the valuable loot in this without the laptop. I'm fairly sure. Oh, there's a milk crate. Oh, I was hoping there's another extended. It was really worth coming in here. So, even without the laptop. Oh, is there another crate? There's another crate, I think. Yeah, nice. That'll maybe make it really worth it. Yeah, there's a milk crate and stuff. Wish I had laptops. So now the harbor boat, cargo's leaving harbor. I thought they were shooting at someone. So we're looking for the other crate if there is one. I can't remember. Shit, I like that more than the green card. Yeah, the green card's cool. It's better than the pumpkin seed. Yeah. And then you, what do I want to keep? I want to keep that. That. I mean, that's like the only other special item here. I'm just gonna dose because I'd rather be full health when the shit comes, you know? And also my gun's gonna break soon, so that's the whole thing. There's another damn security camera. The loot on cargo is better. That's cool. Oh, stupid ass thing with the VPN. No. So we're like moving now, I think. I heard it. Yeah, I heard it. Oh, no laptops. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. I was gonna put the suppressor back on the gun because we're like done with this place. I'd rather have the element of suppressed. Yeah, take the suppressor over that thing. Yeah, oh, I need to suppress. Yeah, that's okay. Compress. Yeah, compress. And then, yeah, we'll run you and you. And you and you and you. And compress. Good, we're at 70 mil. Making this good money in the background. Running cargo, making money in the background. All that shiz. You know what I'm saying? Making this money in the background, yo. I really wish I had the laptop, but I don't. I want to get laptops now. This is a good base that I built. It's a good base to be out here. Get a lot of guns doing this. A lot of guns doing this. This is my new monument. So, actually, I don't know. The suppressor's making me nervous now. Fuck the target sign. Just gonna take the suppressor off of it. I got 3 suppressors on this run, and that's actually a lot of high qual. I hear... Oh my god, I thought it was an actual heli. Oh god, where is he? Where is this asshole? Where is he? There you are. Dick. Where's your friends at? Oh, nope. Who are you? Oh. Okay, sit rep. Where the fuck are we? Like, where are we going? Oh god, I don't know. I think I better ditch. Yeah, I think I better ditch now before it gets worse. Oh god, where am I? Yep. I'll go back. I don't care. The cargo's not taking me somewhere I want to go. Yep, perfect timing. Caught it right in time. Ran cargo halfway successfully. You always got to get home first. You always got to get home before you call it a successful run. But I mean, like, this was a fairly, like, I mean, right now it's a great run, and if I die, I will not cry. I don't care. But it'd be nice to get hollow sight in my memory bank. That makes my protos a lot more effective. Gonna have to repair the proto, which means putting down a repair bench. I don't have one. The horse should be right there, so I can just take all this back, hopefully. I really gotta watch for the gank here, because they were shooting at somebody. They were shooting at somebody. And I'm very cognizant of this fact. But I got, you know, I got a 60-second delay. I think whoever it was died to the scientist, died to the guards. And so I think I was blessed in that respect. And I'm kind of curious if there's a body on the dock somewhere with a gun, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happened there, because they were shooting at somebody. I mean, maybe they shoot at zombies or something. I don't know. But they were shooting at somebody. You know, they were shooting at somebody. So I don't know what the fuck's up with that. And I'm gonna just treat it accordingly, like there is an enemy here, like waiting for me. I did die here yesterday, absolutely did. The same guy could be here with a different name, and he may have been the one that tried to attempt. He might have tried to make an attempt with like a bow to see who was here. And when he realized that it was a Proto v bow fight, he might have left. I was suppressed for a while, and I think maybe he might have thought that this was a bow fight. But it wasn't. And when he heard the proto, finally, he immediately either died or ditched, I think. And there may be a body with, like, loot here, but I don't know where the fuck he died. And that question mark to me is just... It's not good. It's not, you know... Now, look, they intentionally blocked that. Why did you intentionally block that? Whatever. I'm learning all this. I've never done this. This place is like so new to me. Like this aspect of Harbor is brand new, so I don't know where anything is. But it's good to learn it, you know. I'm glad that I'm learning. It really feels like the time that I'm spending is actually damn worth the time, you know. Like I'm actually like really getting some nice Rust knowledge out of this, and on my zombie server, it feels good, you know. Never know when you might need it. Yep. See all these things. It's just sort of like other places in Rust, so now I understand like what the puzzles are. Okay. Ooh, hey, a flame turret is a lot better than, say, I don't know. Like I don't know. That shirt. What else is here? Wow, that goes like back over there and stuff. Yeah. So I want to find my horse because he's like my way out of here. He was back here. I boarded. It was freaky. It was fun. I did it all on the fly. I mean, I didn't watch some video or anything. You know, I mean, I've boarded cargo a lot before. I'm just, like, it was kind of fun doing it from the land. That was totally on the fly. I didn't know what the angles were or what was going to happen or if I would get competition like I did, because somebody did show. They were showing it. They were shooting at some bow kid, I think. And they killed his ass. Or I don't know. Or he's here, like, waiting for a gank or something. Yeah, I don't think so. I would really pretty much see them, I think. Now, wait. That seems weird. Now, how is that right? Oh, because I don't have a TC out here, the wall's decayed. But that's okay. That's acceptable. That's fine. I just don't want him spraying at my front door from his front door. That's the main thing. I can't have that. Because that's what happened. So I just walled it off, so it's like, fuck you, you know?
The asteroid is depleted.
Okay. Let's do you.
The asteroid is depleted.
Good, we'll compress. I'm looking forward to playing Hogwarts, because I know in like 2 weeks, they're going to drop Hogwarts to at least $29.99, if not cheaper, and I will buy it. I will buy it. That's my gift for next month to myself for living this long. You know, when you're single and you don't have a woman giving you blowjobs or fucking you or whatever, you got to give yourself presents and stuff and let yourself know that you're like beloved to yourself. And while you might be single right now, it won't always be like that, and all this other stuff. And like, you know, and so one of the nice things I'm going to do for myself is I heard done good that Hogwarts was a low to midland title, but it was like graphically really amazing, and what's really good about it is the level of detail. So now wait, that was all of the ones that I had. Okay. Oops, I'm thinking that the other button is the other button, which is kind of annoying now. I like this button, but I don't know what to put on it. But it's going to come in handy later. I just don't know what yet. I don't know. Mission successful, guys. I got extended mag and hollow sight, and now all I got to do is get laptops, and I can go pop that fucking ground cargo over and over again, and I can get guns on the fucking zombie server, and that's the solution to the zombie server guns problem. You know. It's actually nice. Like, I've been looking, but I was like, there isn't a solid solution to this yet. That's the solid solution. I like it. So, what now? We take the hollow sight and the extended, which I must say served me well in action. I've got to make a deposit somewhere, but all the boxes are like full. I've got to research the extended and the hollow sight, and I've got to take metal and scrap and make a research bench research and repair bench, repair bench. And I will use them, but I will, yep, and then I will take a hammer, but I will put this other stuff away with you. Yep, and then, and then the first order of business is to research bench this hollow sight, 780 scrap, not bad. Extended. You know, the generator is cool because you can just put it down, slap it down, throw fuel in it, and have it charge a battery without ever having to deal with a solar panel. And I never really thought about that, but that is actually cool. So we will research the fucking generator. I never really thought about that aspect of it, but yeah. Don't want the Zor switch. I mean, don't really need the splitter. I mean, heavy plate pants are cool if you can manufacture them. Yeah, why not? That was a lot of my scrap, but I mean, what am I using it for? Can you research CCTV camera now? No, I didn't think so. Okay, this was great. So now I'm going to take a hammer and I'm going to pick up this research bench. And I'm going to slap down the repair bench. What happened to the repair bench? What? Aw. You didn't make it? Okay. Make me a repair bench. Yes, you. Repair. Go. Yes, you. Go. Huh. Nice. Yep. Then we go. Yep. And, oh, gotta compress. And compress. And then, wow, 80 million. Not bad. Doing great. Let's take us over to the next asteroid, huh? Or, well, not the next asteroid, but... yeah, what else is left, right? So, yeah, we'll take some non-Z marks, right? It will go to that one next. I'll track us over there. Yeah. And we'll do that one next. I love boost. Nice. Repair bench, and we will slap you down for a second, and we will use you. First of all, we will take a Abyss Diver suit. Yeah, it works for me. A 5 high qual, huh? Right. We will repair this thing. Nice. Yep, that's good. And we now need to manufacture an extended and a hollow site. Extended and hollow site. A large battery. A solar panel. A wire tool. And I don't know. One light. Yeah. Yeah. One light. So. Yep. And so here we go. Go up. Yep. And I can't fit the battery inside, but I can take it outside, and I can put it in like an enclosure with a solar panel right above it, and then just run one little thing. But here we go. There's the solar panel. Am I making something else? Yes, I am. Got to put this tech trash away. Extended. Suppressor. Metal. Got to put the large battery down somewhere. That stuff is recycle. I guess I've got to put a large box down now. It's just I'm just like out of space. So okay, how's this going? Good. Compress. Stack. The barbecue is burning for no reason. Yep. And this thing is probably low on wood. Oh. Yep. And probably metal. Yeah. There we go. And wood. And we'll take the metal frags. Good. Metal frags. Very good. Very good. The wire tool. The other stuff that... Or, well, first we put the box down. Yeah, we'll line the hallway with boxes. This will be annoying at the end, but I'm not going to do it for the rest of the base. Yeah, you can still get in, but I mean, like, yeah, I need 2 boxes. So... Okay, so we're just gonna dump all of it, because it's all crap. Yeah, it's pretty much like crap that I don't need. Bullets. I feel like this is the only base defense weapon that I've got, so I'm going to use it like a tool. I'm not going to go out with it. It's just not, you know, it's not an incentive that I wish to give to anybody, so, yep, and then... Wood and stone for arrows, like a lot of them. Give me like, I don't know, yeah, like give me like, I don't know, like, yeah, like a whole bunch of them, yeah. Go. Doing good. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Now, you, and you, and you are things that I want. You, while I'm here and I'm thinking about it, I'm going to say, oh no, that was all of my fucking cloth. It really was all my cloth. Wow. Those 10 meds were like all of my cloth, and I'm learning that like doing the meds to run the shit is something that you almost need a farm for. Anyways, what was this now? I'll be after a little bit boost. We'll continue. Okay. Cool. Okay, we're at 80 mil. I should technically drop and have her go bring this home, but I mean, I don't know. I think we'll probably cap out before... Yeah, we'll cap this out before this becomes like a thing where I've got to travel or anything like that. I don't know. She is getting kind of full. It's interesting. Maybe I will actually jettison and have her take it out of here. Because, and have her drop, because it's annoying to have to pay this much attention. Yeah, I'll take 200 of it, and I'll come back. I want to save this cargo container. Save location. Yeah. And I'll go drop real quick at the at Absolute Aurora.
Warp drive active.
Yep, and now I'll have her pick this back up off the belt, and she just continues on mining, and we're doing great. And I'll have her go drop for a minute and come back, and we're back like completely empty again, basically. Try to get another 50 million out of here or something really quick. Okay, so first I place the light. Okay, good. Place the light. We will go put the battery down.
Docking request accepted.
I mean, I didn't bring building materials, but whatever. I could just throw the battery right here. I mean, what does it matter, really? I'll put a roof over it in a second. Yep. And then... and that will charge the battery. And then I can just go and connect this directly to the light. And we're done. Nice and fast. Where's TC? It'll be like here. Yeah, it's like here. And then the light is like right here. But I don't want it to really want it to go like totally through everything. Or like dir, 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 dir. And then... Yay! And now we have light all the time. Yay. So now put the wiring tool away. Let us go see what's going on in the world today. I watched the Philip DeFranco when I walked. I watched a bunch of videos when I walked, like 5 videos. Will we ever see another good MMORPG? I don't know. Gamergate 2.0, games as propaganda is the new paradigm. Biden holds weapons to Israel and Trump trial coverage. Yandir dead, the incel that ruined his game. Netanyahu, New Vegas writer, Xbox is falling apart. Jordan Peterson, Hades 2, Nuremberg trials. How the QSMP became Quackity's worst nightmare. I don't know what that means. And so, Roblox car crash compilation is actually very funny. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Gamergate 2.0. Yandir dev. Let's look in gaming. Give me stuff about gaming. I don't like Matt Season's show anymore. 2,000 plus mods on Skyrim. Jesus Christ. How do you get that many? I should eat, but I don't really feel like it. Maybe I'll make grilled cheese. Yeah, like a nice thin flatbread grilled cheese. That sounds appetizable. I should have bought some blue cheese dressing. Hades 2. This 2x2 design breaks balance. Let's look at this. What? Okay.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, it's smart. Smart. Yep. Yeah, yeah, it's an elevated 2x2. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Wow. Yeah, it's good. Oh, I didn't thank him. Go to history here. Thank you, Rust Tips, for the excellent content from a stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. It was good. Are you letting me do it or what? Yeah, let me give him a like. Wait, that was him. That was in his game. Was that him or me? It's him. It is him. It's him. I was like, fuck. I was like, wait, is that the him or me? uh, nice. John Della Volpe, understanding Gen Z. Helldivers 2, who will die the most? They try to cancel him, it backfired big time. More Pegasus, living in Rust players' walls. Z Chum and Josh Creed. Yeah, let's watch this, I guess.
But he's somehow the team leader for one of the biggest teams within Fortnite. What's the 17% win rate?
Oh, I watched this, yeah. I watched this, and it was good, but I remember this, yeah. No, Sneeko can't defend himself. We know that.
Said in this video
This
is for
is-
purposes of entertainment and satire. I am not a lawyer. None of the opinions.
This is video game piracy is good, actually. I'm going to like to sub Lextorius. Thank you, Lextorius, for the excellent content for my channel. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Or argument. Any reference to illegal actions are entirely hypothetical. Piracy is amazing, and you should do it in real life as much as possible. This is not a joke. Go out and pirate
I agree.
something right now. Alright, I've probably lost some of you already with the title of this video and that opening bit. Piracy, especially as it relates to video games, has become a very complicated topic. Perhaps even the most complicated topic, since it simultaneously deals with legality, morality, and ethics, which I don't know if you knew, people tend to have pretty extreme opinions about. A lot of big companies and people online villainize piracy, and make it out to be much worse than I think it actually is, sometimes straight up lying about it to try and condemn the people who do it. So I thought it would be fun to go through a bit of a defense of piracy and try to debunk a lot of these myths. My patrons also voted for me to make this video, so if I go to jail for this, I'm blaming you. To give a quick definition, piracy is any act of robbery or criminal violence by a ship or its crew upon another ship or... Wait, no, that's not it. Piracy is broadly defined as the unauthorized copying or distribution of copyrighted works. A lot of people are quick to say it's theft, including Joe Biden back in 2011. And that's definitely how anti-piracy groups would like you to see it. In fact, they started an ad campaign in the 80s that invented the term.
But it's
piracy
actually
theft
sharing.
in an attempt to villainize copying software. But I just want to start by clearing this up. Piracy is just copyright infringement. They are synonymous. When you do a piracy, the only law being broken is copyright.
When you do a
There is
piracy...
no theft or stealing involved. Let me explain. If I rob a GameStop, they actively lose out on all the copies of Forspoken that I might take from them. Those copies might not be worth a lot because I don't think anyone bought that game, but GameStop doesn't have them anymore, which is what makes it theft. But even if I make 1 trillion copies of Big Mother Truckers 2 Truck Me Harder, real game by the way, and give them to all my friends,
Truck
the
Me
developers
Harder.
didn't lose a thing. They still have all their original copies, nothing was taken, no theft occurred. And this is backed by the US government, ever since Dowling v. United States in 1985, where they agreed that interference with copyright, aka piracy, does not easily equate with theft, conversion, or fraud. The infringer of a copyright does not assume physical control over the copyright, nor wholly deprive its owner of its use. Also, a lot of people love misusing the term piracy to just describe any time they think people owe them money. Adblock, for example, has nothing to do with copyright. Watching this video and blocking all the ads isn't even related to distribution or copying. And there's no law saying that you have to watch ads on videos, so when companies like German media conglomerate Axel Springer try suing ad blockers for piracy, they always lose in court. This should be obvious, but just because you want more money from people doesn't mean they're pirating from you. Not making someone more money isn't a crime. Otherwise, I could say that this video is sponsored by GamerSupps and then have you arrested if you don't buy something from them, because I could have potentially made a sale from every person that watches this video. Anyway, this video is sponsored by GamerSupps, a zero-calorie energy drink formula that's tastier and cheaper than canned energy drinks. If you don't go to gamersupps.gg/Lextorius right now and save 10% off on your next order, I will have you sent to prison where you belong, you piece of shit. So if piracy isn't stealing, because you're not taking anything, then what actually is it, and why is it illegal? Well, you see, the whole point of copyright is that you have exclusive rights to the things you make. If I write a story, I don't just own the pages I wrote on, but the words on the page too. And I have full legal control over who has access to those words. All piracy is someone getting around that access, doing something that the law says only I'm allowed to do. So if you buy my story, take it home, and write it down word for word, you're violating my copyright. If it's an ebook that you transfer onto a thumb drive, then give that to a friend, you're committing a crime. The law says you need my permission to do any of that, even if you do it, up to 70 years after I'm dead. To put it plainly, the World Intellectual Property Organization, the leading international pro-copyright group, says copyrights may more narrowly be viewed as limited and legally sanctioned monopolies. And if that's what the people advocating for it say, you can only imagine what the people who are against copyright might call it. Because yes, there are tons of different groups over the years that have fought for the abolition or reworking of copyright laws, such as various pirate parties around the world or the hilariously named copyleft movement. And I don't want to get too deep into any of that. I just want to highlight how contentious copyright laws are in general. They aren't the end-all be-all of dictating what's right and wrong. Though, to give a fun example of copyright in action, in 2006, the Dutch musician Melchior Rietveld granted use of his song for a short film at a film festival. They allowed that song to be used for free for this one-off performance. However, Rietveld later found out that the short film had been put on thousands of DVDs without his permission, which he didn't get paid for. Rietveld then sued the filmmakers for copyright infringement and won, getting all 100,000 euros that those DVDs would have been worth. Why am I using this example specifically? Well, because the short film in question was an anti-piracy ad. The internet was actually convinced that it was the "you wouldn't steal a car" ad that everybody loves, though while that ad has its own problems, it is completely different to the one that ironically committed piracy. But, oh, what the heck, here's a clip.
Pirate films is stealing. Why can't they get the grammar right?
God, it is so good. My favorite part is that it has to remind you that stealing is against the law.
Anyways, so I'm going to watch this video, but I've got to go make dinner. It won't be long. I've just got to throw something on to cook. And I will be right back, guys. Sorry. Won't be long. Stiff. So I believe I will bake a grilled cheese sandwich. That's what I feel like. So heat you up. Oh, that's nice and clean, huh? Okay. Sorry about that. Had to put on something, grilled cheese to cook. So here we go.
I don't know why they had to add that, but it's a banger. And according to some sources, it increased rates of piracy because of how cool it made it look. There's a great report about the ineffectiveness of anti-piracy ads in general that I read that made the amazing point that pirates would often cut these ads out of films, so the only people who would watch them were paying customers, which effectively made them advertisements for piracy.
Piracy. Look, super mega rock and roll gods and superstars are just regular dudes like you guys. We climb the block, we put on the pants, and then we blow people's minds. That's how we make a living. And then these pirates come and they steal all our internets. I don't know how they do it, but these pirates can bust into our entertainers' homes, make us walk the plank, steal our rockin' tunes, and leave us broke. Is that what you want, Mr. Long John Silver? What's your parrot gonna listen to when you go toe-to-toe against the English Armada? Jazz? I don't think so.
Now, piracy is illegal in the US, and due to things like the Brunei Convention, also illegal in many places allied with the US. Though, just like with anti-piracy ads, the law never really stopped anybody. Also, piracy laws either don't exist or straight up aren't enforced in a ton of places, especially China and Russia. So a lot of companies took the task of stopping pirates into their own hands. I mean, if you can't arrest someone for obtaining copies, why not try to make it impossible to copy something to begin with? Before the switch from analog to digital, the way companies would stop you from duplicating your favorite VHS copy of Turner and Hooch was just making it so the output was scrambled if you tried to turn the VCR to record mode. But with computers came programming, and with programming came more advanced kinds of copy prevention, all of which are dubbed Digital Rights Management Software, or DRM. And I should clarify, to call any of this copy prevention is a bit of a stretch. It's more like copy delaying, or copy mild inconvenience in most cases. Because after all, one of the main reasons people get into programming in the first place is to problem solve fun challenges with computers. And so, as it turns out, giving a bunch of computer nerds a fat, juicy challenge to solve that would also let them play games for free if they beat it meant they would dedicate their lives to solving these problems. Getting around DRM became a very competitive game for pirates, even in the early days of computers. Back in the era of the Apple II and the Commodore 64, they formed circles called wares groups that would trade games and try to crack the software, each of them rushing to be the first one to bypass a new game or program to get all the fame that came with it. Almost always signing their name on fancy splash screens they made to proudly display their achievement. These crackers... Hold on, can I say that word? These white...
What? Okay, sorry, I made a grilled cheese sandwich. Gonna eat it for dinner, and watch a video, and then get back to the gameplay. Sorry about that, but it is a 14-hour stream, and got to eat in there somewhere.
Day, with the NFO files packed alongside pirated copies of games, which are usually the only ways that wares groups will communicate with the outside world. And while the groups individually would rise and fall and fade into obscurity, the scene itself is surprisingly still going strong. Strong enough that in 1998, the US would create the DMCA Act, which is most famously known for protecting websites like YouTube from copyright lawsuits, so long as they provide a way for the website to take down copyrighted material. But they also made it specifically illegal to try and circumvent copy prevention systems. This had the intended effect of allowing anti-piracy groups to go after the wares scene and various crackers much harder than before, but had the unintended effect of making it illegal for people to fix everything from John Deere tractors to their own pacemakers, because in doing so you had to mess with the copy prevention software. Boy, United States law sure is great, huh?
I think that internet swapping and trading of different things is pretty cool, man. Kids want to listen to music, you know? I don't think bands should be so concerned with making every penny that should be squeezed out of everything. It's like, I want kids in Thailand to rock out when we show up to Thailand, you know? I don't care if they buy
Me
a record
too.
or not.
Me
If they
too,
download it
David.
off their computer, right on. If they taped it off to their friend, right on. It means they like music.
Piracy as a whole then got a ton of notoriety around 1999 when a little website called Napster came out and dropped a fucking nuke on the music industry that it would never quite get over. So anti-piracy groups in the years following, as well as the companies making DRM, massively stepped up their game. One of the first big attempts at impossible to crack DRM was Star Force, which managed to keep Splinter Cell Chaos Theory unpirated for a world record 422 days. But Star Force also, unfortunately, required full control over your entire PC, couldn't be uninstalled, and ran so poorly that tech websites claimed it would brick your CD drive, which caused Ubisoft to be on the receiving end of a $5 million class action lawsuit for using it, and later caused them to drop it entirely. The software to replace Star Force was then SecureROM, which would physically measure where data was on your disk and then authenticate that data by making you activate your copy on an online server. And this was used on everything from Mass Effect to BioShock to GTA 4, with some pretty okay results. However, in order to work, it also, for some reason, required access to everything on your computer, also couldn't be uninstalled, would shut the game off if you ran any other programs, and would sometimes make you reactivate your copy as often as every 10 days, which landed EA with multiple lawsuits this time after they included it in the release of Spore. And the cherry on top of all this, Spore went on to become the most pirated game of all time in 2008, and there's a good chance it only got there because of how many people hated the DRM. Now, when I tell you that the next and most famous DRM software to come out, Denuvo, was made by the same people who made SecureROM, you should start to see a pattern here. Denuvo is the most sophisticated copy prevention we've seen so far. And by most sophisticated, I mean it took wares groups a whole month to crack games like Dragon Age Inquisition instead of the typical day. It then took 8 months to crack Rise of the Tomb Raider after Denuvo rewrote their whole program from the ground up.
Oh my god.
And then Hitman 2 got cracked several days before launch. So, yeah. The way it works is obviously hush-hush, but the basic gist from what I've heard is that, like SecureROM, it connects to servers to validate your game files. But instead of checking physical data on a disk, it makes a unique key for every computer it's installed on, then keeps the game's code encrypted and only decrypts it on the fly as long as that key remains valid. If that sounds insane to you, it should, because Denuvo has been proven to cause performance issues and slower load times in games that use it, since sometimes it just can't decrypt that data fast enough. Just to name a few examples, Devil May Cry 5 saw a 25% performance increase, and Resident Evil Village got rid of major stuttering issues after Capcom removed Denuvo from the games. And Tekken 7 director Katsuhiro Harada directly blamed Denuvo for the game having bad performance at launch. The worst part of all this, to me, is that just like how people who bought movies legally were the only ones who saw anti-piracy ads, People who buy games legally often get worse performance than they would from a pirated copy because of the DRM. So it's become a widespread practice for companies to remove Denuvo from their games the second it gets cracked, which leads to this absurdly hilarious situation where a game will come out, have performance issues, and the community has to wait for pirates to crack it so the Denuvo can be removed to clear the issues up. Now, to clarify, Denuvo still massively increases the average time it takes to crack a game. Sometimes giving up the goods instantly, but sometimes giving about a month before something gets pirated, maybe even a year if the game...
I wonder what that was. I was like, they did something now where there's a big delay now sometimes on big games. And you're like, oh man, it's been like... It took them a while to crack Alan Wake 2. I'll be right back.
isn't popular enough to attract the few crackers who know how to break it. And the crackers themselves have had some pretty big ups and downs the last several years or so, with many groups disbanding or getting raided by the police, and a ton of drama happening between members. This video doesn't really focus that much on them, but I'll link to a great Reddit thread that details a basic history of the scene and a lot of the drama that went on around one particular cracker, Empress. And I also suggest reading the Wikipedia article that just lists all the wares groups, because that's pretty fun too. Ultimately, despite
Empress
how
is
terrible
insane.
and ineffective it is for a lot of...
Empress is insane. I read this crazy manifesto on the Hogwarts crack. This sounded like the Joker. Empress is nuts.
Publishers keep putting in Denuvo and DRM in general because it can hopefully keep their game locked up long enough to survive the initial sales window. They are terrified of piracy and are often willing to hurt the consumer in order to just delay the inevitable. So let's talk a little bit about why they're so afraid.
I hear terrible things about piracy. I've been hearing them for decades. People love to say that piracy is costing the industry so much money and it's horrible and undermining everything. I listen. I don't see a lot of evidence for that. But what happens is, if you make a game that runs slower or takes longer to start up or whatever, will become unplayable if someone loses a piece of paper, you're going to drive valid consumers away from your product. Whether they buy it or not, or whether they pirate it or not, they're not going to buy it. Because once someone pirates and they have wiped those measures, if the game's better because of it, if it runs faster, has a better frame rate, doesn't pause occasionally, starts up really fast, why would you want to play the valid one?
Piracy's effect on sales is incredibly difficult to track. The intuitive answer is that it certainly should have some, but how big of an effect and how much would change if piracy didn't exist is near impossible to find conclusive evidence on. Don't get me wrong, if you want to find studies on piracy, you can find hundreds, and I have. There are more research papers on the effects of piracy than I could count.
In the morning, I'll
That's
go
the
see my other base.
problem, because they all contradict each other. Like, if I wanted to, I could show you a report from the European Commission in 2013 that showed that music piracy had zero effect on legal music sales, saying the vast majority of music that is consumed illegally by the individuals in our sample would not have been legally purchased if illegal downloading websites were not available to them. I could show you another report that said even though 51% of all adults in the EU had pirated something at some point in their life, this had no negative effect on sales in most industries. And in the case of video games, actually led to a 24% increase in sales. likely from word of mouth and people buying games after they pirate them. A conclusion that several other reports I found also show for video games and other industries. But I could also show you reports that conclude the exact opposite. Ones that say piracy negatively impacts music sales or movie sales or game sales, some saying it doesn't have an effect on one but a strong effect on another. If you gather enough reports on this, many of them will say completely different things because they're all using different data and methodologies. So just like I picked out studies showing piracy to have a positive effect, you can easily group up studies with negative effects and then make a conclusion from that. You know, piracy definitely hurts sales. Here are a dozen studies that say so. Just ignore the ones that disagree with me. Another thing to point out is that the vast majority of these studies can only ever prove correlation. They'll show that piracy went up some percentage and sales in some industry went down some percentage, and then just say that as piracy goes up, sales go down, which is fine data to collect in a vacuum, but there's a reason that they all say research suggests that piracy may impact sales. Because I can show you a graph of beef jerky sales in the US and a graph of consensual incest in the US and say that beef jerky sales are correlated with incest. But I can't then say eating beef jerky makes you want to kiss your cousin, no matter how much we all know it to be true. Correlation doesn't mean causation. Correlation doesn't even really prove anything on its own. And even the very thorough 300-page piracy studies I showed you will cite other factors that may be responsible. Since there's so many variables, you can't make a conclusion for sure. So that's just something to keep in mind.
When the web started, I used to get really grumpy with people because they put my poems up, they put my stories up, and I also got very grumpy because I felt like they were pirating my stuff, that it was bad. And then I started to notice that places where I was being pirated, I was selling more and more books. People were discovering me through being pirated. And I started to realize that actually you're not losing books, you're not losing sales. You can't look on that as a lost sale. It's not a lost sale.
It's exposure. Exposure.
Is not buying it because they can find it for free. What you're actually doing is advertising. You're reaching more people. You're raising awareness. And understanding that gave me a whole new idea of the shape of copyright and of what the web was doing. Because the biggest thing the web is doing is...
I think that's David Byrne, isn't it?
Allowing people to hear things.
From the Talking Heads? I think it is.
Allowing people...
You know, they say he's one of the smartest men on the planet.
People to read things. Allowing people to see things that they might never have otherwise seen.
He seems like it too, he does.
And I think basically that's an incredibly good thing.
But regardless of actual impact, the perceived impact of piracy on game sales is very, very negative. Companies are quick to bring up piracy as a contributor to bad sales performance, and there's a reason so many do a deal with the devil that is DRM. Crytek, the company behind Crysis and Far Cry, even cited piracy as the main reason they stopped selling games exclusively on PC. According to the CEO, they somehow tracked how many people registered the game online and estimated that for every copy bought, 15 to 20 had been installed. Meaning, assuming the numbers are accurate, if even 10% of the pirates had bought the game, they would have doubled their revenue. However, even with that insane rate of piracy, the game made its production costs back, funded 3 more sequels, and became one of the highest selling PC games of all time. So it's pretty hard for me to agree that piracy hurt them that bad, but nonetheless, the sequel expansion Crisis Warhead launched with Secure ROM on it and was the last PC exclusive Crytek ever made. Here's where it gets interesting though. Half a decade later, in 2014, Crytek tried transitioning to the games as a service market, with the CEO claiming that every game they'd make from then on would be free to play and always online. But this was after some underwhelming sales from Crysis 3 and Rise Son of Rome, a game I'm sure everybody remembers, which put the company on the brink of bankruptcy. To tell you how bad it got, Crytek reduced the size of their company by 40%, shut down all but 2 of their studios, and sold off their rights to Homefront. The CEO also...
This guy's good. I like Lextorius. He's good.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Good guy.
Autopilot jumping.
Rome. This game is highly polarizing. Rise, Son of Rome. This game is highly polarizing. It's not remembered super fondly, and it's kind of a bummer because it did a lot of stuff that was really cool. It just failed to release at the right time with the right features from the right team on the right console. So it kind of failed at everything, but like it's still, I kind of like it. Commonly what it's praised for are the impressive visuals. I mean, this game released alongside the Xbox One back in 2013 and was considered to be the flagship title releasing for that console. This is what they showed people to demonstrate that the Xbox One was capable of pushing out high-end graphics like the PS4, and it succeeded. I still think the game looks pretty good even to this day. Sure, there are things I would change. You know, the hair is a little iffy, and the HDR support is all over the place, but altogether, it's not terrible. But where people's critiques mainly came in was in the gameplay, because there's a lot that it leaves to be desired, such as extremely stilted level design with basic arenas and waves upon waves upon waves of enemies, simple attack animations and parries, some cool executions to be fair, but this game never feels as though it's really coming.
Approaching Stargate.
So didn't pay employees for several months because they said it would have put the company under. A former Crytek employee that got in contact with me said the company was still tracking how many pirated copies of their games there were, and still looked at piracy as a reason they weren't doing well. So they made the last-ditch attempt to push into games as a service, which slowly clawed them back to profitability with games like Hunt Showdown. Now, we likely won't ever know the full behind-the-scenes story of Crytek, but I can guarantee this is a common belief in the industry. It's pretty easy to look at your sales numbers declining and blame people playing the game for free, even if it can't be proven that they'd have bought your game anyways. After all, no studio has shut down specifically because of piracy, and Crytek's numbers only really declined after they implemented DRM and started making console exclusives. But even so, the hard-working employees making these games were the ones hurt in the end, and piracy is a very easy thing to blame for that. Also, an unrelated fun fact, in 2004, Crytek's offices were raided by German police for pirating software. Police didn't actually end up finding anything because it was a false alarm, so I just want to make that clear, but it is really funny. Now, this poor treatment of employees, or well, the Crytek CEO says that people were happy to not get paid, but I don't believe that for a second. This poor treatment of employees is widespread, and as we've seen recently, often happens where piracy doesn't. 2023 was the worst year for game developers on record. Over 1/3 of devs were laid off or knew someone who was, according to one survey. Included with those are Epic Games laying off 800 people, Niantic laying off 200, and of course, Microsoft recently letting go almost 2,000 people from places like Blizzard. Over 6,000 people lost their jobs this past year, and notably, a decent chunk of them were from companies making highly profitable online games. Ones that don't get cracked or have massive piracy issues, yet still drop their employees like a sack of potatoes in order to cut costs. The reason for layoffs and shutdowns and poor working conditions are all going to be different. I'm not saying the games industry is a monolith. However, Bobby Kotick left Activision Blizzard with a $400 million payout, and Epic Games' Tim Sweeney is worth $4 billion. So that's kind of weird, right? When most companies try to make a big stink about piracy and talk about all the money they're not making or all the employees that worked hard on their game, it can kind of ring hollow. Because even if their game isn't pirated, even if their game is massively successful, the most successful of all time in fact, that company isn't guaranteed to treat their employees any better. More revenue from piracy not happening wouldn't give those overworked devs job security. A union would.
You know, there's assumption that what is piracy? Piracy is about people want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. But when you look at the fact that these people have, you know, $2,000 PCs and they're spending $50 a month on their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money. So from our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is a result of bad service on the part of game companies. So when you attack the problem that way, by improving the service component of the experience, rather than through copy protection, which reduces the service component. You know, copy protection is actually going to increase. I mean, there's anecdotal evidence this is the case that copy protection actually increases rather than decreases the piracy of games. So, like I say, by focusing on the customer and doing useful things for the customer, piracy really becomes sort of a non-issue for us.
So why don't we switch from the most common reasons people will say piracy is evil to the main reasons people will say piracy can be a good thing? That being for emulation and games preservation. Emulation, yet again, is not piracy, even though tons of people who don't like it will be quick to call it that. Emulation is just the ability for a computer to act like a video game console and run games for that console. It is perfectly legal to do, and several lawsuits like Sony v Connectix and Sony v Bleem all ruled in favor of emulation. The lawsuits Sega v Accolade and Galoob Toys v Nintendo even ruled that reverse engineering game cartridges and game consoles is legal, which became one of the few exemptions that the DMCA Act specifically allowed. Side note, I do wish some of the companies involved in landmark emulation cases had better names than Bleem or Galoob. Well, what can you do? Buying a game, dumping its contents onto a computer, loading the console's files into an emulator, and then playing that game on the emulator is 100% a-okay, no matter how much Sony and Nintendo wish it wasn't. Or rather, how much they wish it wasn't for other people, because official consoles like the NES Classic and PlayStation Classic are just emulators. And even HD re-releases of games like Parappa the Rappa on PS4 were found to be running PSP emulators that just upscaled the game. So emulation is perfectly fine. Even the companies that put Connectix and Bleem into bankruptcy due to all their lawsuits use it to sell their crappy little anniversary consoles. When we talk about piracy in regards to emulation, it's just the same as every other kind. People who don't legally dump ROMs, but just go ahead and download them instead. And buying games to play on emulators legally is not a very easy task. If you want to buy the original version of anything older than a couple console generations ago, you're probably going to have to go through a third party like eBay, which means none of your money is going to the people who made the game. And that's if the game is even for sale, since as we saw with the closure of the Nintendo eShop, there are thousands of digital titles that are just gone forever, save for pirated copies. In recent years, there have been major talks about games preservation, and piracy is often the only way older titles can be preserved. Physical copies will degrade over time, digital copies will be deleted from stores, but a copied ROM played on an emulator can be shared and archived forever, which is especially helpful when the company behind that game doesn't want to or sometimes can't officially sell it anymore. God, just as I was writing this video, Spec Ops The Line got deleted from online storefronts. 2K says their license expired, so you just can't buy the game legally if you try. Oh well. And this is a problem that goes beyond preservation and emulation for a lot of people. I've been focusing on the US a lot here, but gaming in other countries is a whole different story. Just last year, Steam made changes to their pricing, which removed regional currencies from places like Argentina and Turkey. And so many developers just price their AAA titles the same as the US, at around 40 to 60 USD. The only problem being that those games are up to half the average monthly salary in those countries. On top of that, most games rarely get support outside of major populated countries. Valve famously ported their games to Russia and saw major sales there, but they were an outlier, and still kinda are. For a lot of people, pirating even new releases is the only way to realistically get them. Unofficial translations being a large reason they even make it across a language barrier. Something anime fans are all probably familiar with, as fan translations are the only reason anime got popular in the West. There's a common argument against piracy that says it only hurts people working hard to make games. But in this case, piracy can be the only way to get people to enjoy that hard work. It's the only way people can preserve that hard work and make sure it's remembered. And with people trying to shut down sites like the Internet Archive, the people fighting against piracy could be the reason we lose that hard work forever.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
This whole video has been pretty difficult to make. You have no idea how many times I've gone back and rewritten sections of it to make better points or try to remove unnecessary fluff. I had whole long segments about copyright law and exemptions to it. I talked more about the early history of the cracking scene. But I just kind of realized that none of that really helped what I was saying, and I want the message of this video to be pretty clear. Being against piracy is easy. It's illegal, it hurts profits, it's stealing. That's it, that's all you have to say. And you have the law, most companies, and many, many people on your side. It's a pretty safe and easy opinion to have, and I don't fault anyone for having it. Because defending piracy, for any reason, almost always lands you with a mountain of arguments. You have to fight back on a bunch of misconceptions that are, at best, inaccurate, and at worst, straight up propaganda. And you have to deal with people trying to paint this issue as some sort of good versus evil debate, even though I think the real answer here is that it isn't that black and white. You know, of course I want game devs to get paid more, and I want the games I like to make more money. I think if you like games and you have the cash, then you should support them and buy them. Obviously. I shouldn't even have to say it, because I don't think being pro-piracy has to oppose those ideals. But if I'm gonna make some judgment on the morality of piracy, I want to make sure I'm talking about it truthfully. And the truth, as far as I see it, is this. Piracy is not theft. Copyright laws kinda suck. DRM sucks more. And I can get a better experience in some games through piracy because of it. Pirating games is the only way to preserve many of them. It's the only way some people can play most of them. And while it doesn't conclusively hurt profits, fighting against it has certainly hurt consumers. In fact, even if piracy didn't exist, game devs probably wouldn't get treated any better, and companies would just find another scapegoat to blame their problems on. But because it does, and it's not going anywhere, people around the world have gotten to enjoy amazing games. I'm sorry, but I just don't think piracy is that bad.
Shut up. I've heard this guy before. Okay. Home is where no one starts. Full game. Home is where no one starts. Okay.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Autopilot jumping.
Can't die to him.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
There's a big new, fairly new base. I can't remember what direction I am from this. I'm the way out behind it. Yeah. I'm way over on the other side, I think.
Approaching station.
Yep. I see zombies at the base and a bear. Not too far from the target. It was a long journey, but I got here, and I got some loot on the way, which is good. I like the one bed. I think it actually made the server better. I think the admin really loves this shit, and he's actually making these, like, knock it out of the park decisions that made Rust fun for me again. It's actually really cool. Oftentimes, I think it's the developers that actually hold back the game, and I think they should start looking at it like, okay, here's our campaign, you can't cheat for it. But here's all the code for the game when you buy the game. When you buy Skyrim 2 or Elder Scrolls 6, you get the campaign we made for the game. You can mod it to all living hell and we won't break SKSE or anything like that. And then here's all the coding for the game and the Creation Club for you to just make anything you would ever want to make. And I think that's how they should do most games. I think they should give you the code to mess with the engine and play and make your own, and let you change all the settings. And if you want to be infinite ammo or infinite health, I think it, it should have those options. And you have all the iterations of that game. Oh, that is a player. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Vlad Harkonnen. Okay. I didn't have a weapon, but okay. See, if you take the long journey... Oh, did I pop right at it? I think I popped right at it anyways, though. So all I did was give him a bunch of loot. That's fine. I mean, I didn't have a weapon. Is this right? Yeah, this is right. This will take me... Oh, no. This is not right. Well, I mean, I'm an outpost, but I'll have to go back to Dome. It sucks that I came across a player. Let's have a look at him. I don't want to... Come on, go. Go. Move. Wow, that's a big pack. Okay, well, so I've got to get to the Dome, and I think the suicide is... No, there's the Dome. We'll just go to the Dome. I can get back to where I live from there. It's fine. I really didn't... I mean, that loot... I just got that incidentally as I was running along. I just, knocked a tree and knocked a stone and then just started hitting every note I saw on the way. And I could do that again. I can get all that loot back to back in pretty much the exact same time that I got it. So I don't really care about losing that loot. I didn't have the materials for a bow, so good on whoever the fuck that was. Vlad Harkonnen. Let's go see. Vlad Harkonnen. Okay. What the hell? Oops. View players. Alexei Dmitriev is a real player. That's cool. And, yeah. So, okay. I'm surprised these kids even know what an Harkonnen is. It's because they gave them that movie. I'm at launch site now. I didn't really want to go to launch site. I wanted to go to the Dome, and I think I probably got, off track here. Let's take a look at the side of the island here. Oh, that's wait, that's water treatment. No, yeah, that's not launch. That's water treatment. Or no, that's not water treatment. It's train yard. There's the dome and where I live, which is good. Oh, oh, it was a. So this is wait. Oh, that's the. Yeah, that's the road out. This is the right road out, I think, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. Is this it? Yeah, isn't this the one that goes where I need to go? I think it is. Or I don't know. I can't remember. It's a good road, but it's not the right road. But it's good to know it's there. I don't think I've been down that yet, and I wouldn't mind making a spot right there too. I like the space because it actually doesn't have a spawn. It's, you know, like for anybody to get to it, they got to travel a long time, which is good. I want to pop that rock. Yeah, there's the airfield. Nice, I'm actually where I should be. Yeah, got my level. Doing great at Rust. Oh, yeah. Okay, so, gonna do medical, yeah. And then, so we finished radiation expert. Accident with fall damage and battle medic. I want accident evasion, which is like less fall damage. What? Okay. Oops. Nice. Good spawn. Don't cheat at video games, guys. It really turns video games into a much worse thing than they already are. It destroys the community. It turns your soul into feces. Don't cheat at video games, guys. But it doesn't matter. All he'll do is run all day like a slave. All I did was build 5 bases and win. All he'll do is run all day long like the slave that he is. Straight bitch-made slave. And, you know, the punishment fits the crime, you know? Only way that he can find me directly like that every single time is the SB. He'll do it again here in a second, you'll see. Damn it, I can't see the dome from here. It's so annoying. Where is it? But it doesn't matter. It's a human who's never mattered and never will. Can't see dome from here. I think I'm on the wrong side of outposts is why. And it's foggy. I'm gonna take another spawn. This wasn't it. It's weird because the other day I was getting really good spawns right at this place. A little 10-second run, you know? But I didn't get the luck the last, like, little, like, half an hour. I'm not really getting what I need. See, and it keeps popping me here. Like, right here. I've had, like, 15 spawns here today, and I don't like this spawn. There's, like, nothing close. It's just, like, stupid, but... We'll go to the top of the hill and see if we're for some reason close. Maybe this is the spawn that's close to the base and I'm just forgetting. I don't know. Hardcore can be very, you know, like, hardcore can be really, like, I don't know what the word is. It's like tricky, not tricky, but it can be like illusionary. It can kind of have like an illusion to it that leads you to the wrong place. It's annoying. Oh, there's the airfield, and that's a good outlier navigator thing. I hate the ricochet that they do, because it makes you think that someone's shooting at you. But all it is a cheap little effect that they did, where if somebody's shooting... and you're within earshot, occasionally you hear a ricochet past your ear. And it really makes you think somebody's shooting at you, but they're not. Excuse me. That fucking Doom movie sucks so much, dick. That's got to be the worst fucking movie in the last like 50 fucking years. The one with Sting was better. Fucking Sting. That movie sucked too. But I mean it was a lot fucking better than this piece of shit. I turned on that Snorefest and I got like 35 minutes in. And I was like, this is fucking horrible, like a Marvel piece of shit Marvel movie. I rated it like a 2, and I just shut it the fuck off. I was like, I'm gonna delete this piece of shit, and I just deleted Dune. I was like, yeah, this piece of shit was worthless. I can't believe Hollywood got away with that fucking terrible movie. Like, this is what Marvel did to Hollywood, is now they can just bastardize stuff like Dune and phone in these horrible fucking renditions that are just, like, entirely CGI and bad actors. And it's just like, man, like, couldn't you have just left Dune with Sting, you know? Wasn't that cheesy enough? Like back in the 70s or whatever, wasn't it cheesy enough that Sting took on, you know, Dune? Do we also need, oh god damn it, man, like I can't remember what the angle is. It's like over that way. It's so annoying. Yeah, and so like, and we knew since the 70s that Dune wasn't gonna be this fucking thing that was appreciated outside of, you know, like book circles. People that liked Paul, well, who was the guy who wrote Frank Herbert? I'm sorry, Paul Atreides, right? Who did Paul Atreides? It was Frank Herbert, right? So I grew up on Dune. I read all the books, and all my friends did too. Everybody knew Dune, kind of like the same way they knew Robert E. Heinlein, you know, and Dune wasn't a movie. I'm sorry, Dune was not a tale that I think could be told by the movies. And I think the author felt the same. Frank Herbert sold out it sold out to Hollywood so they could try to like take a swing at Dune. You know, he did. But like Frank Herbert, I think he knew that it's kind of weird, like kind of how, like, you know, I'm sure that J.D. Salinger kind of knew that there would never be a movie that would ever do justice to like Catcher in the Rye kind of thing. I think Frank Herbert kind of knew that Dune was a premise that doesn't translate well to, you know, television or film. Oh my god, I can't move and it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Fucking VPN like fucks up on this road. I'm just gonna try and get away from this. It's so annoying. Yeah. Fucking clown. See him? Fucking piece of shit. Already reported. Fucking clown. Okay, guys, so I'm going to do something real quick and I apologize. Hi. Just 5 seconds, guys, sorry. Oh my god. Oh, 3 wolves. Okay, so what else should we do? Done with the op. Gotta give her the ice, I guess. Let's see. So, that was more money. It was good. We're sitting on $1 billion of ice here. Can't find it. Where is that? Oh, white glaze. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Compressed white glaze. Stack everything. There, and then white glaze, compress. Ooh, yeah. 53, 54 compressed glaze. It's 1 billion in ice. 1 billion in ice, baby. Yeah, 1 billion in ice. 1 billion in ice. 1 billion in ice. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 1 billion in ice. Ha ha ha. I am so rich. Ha ha ha. In a stupid game. It's going to be so funny when we don't see a Republican president for 20 years. It's going to be awesome. Remember Obama? It's going to be hilarious. It's going to be 16 years at least, probably more like 24 years of Democrats after this fucking criminal. It's going to be hilarious. I mean, I can't believe what happened. Jesus Christ, man. Let's go take a look what else is going on. Yeah, video game piracy is good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I do agree. Libraries last night with John Oliver. Beef Look. Hades 2. Fall of Pearly. Just Pearly Things. Every Fallout Vault explained. They spent an entire year on one world. Terraria. Nope. GTA 6. Nope. Friends with Joe Rogan thing. I don't care about Joe Rogan. Don't care. A Tale of Two Games. What is it about? Okay, I guess, but I don't think so. The true purpose of the vaults in Fallout. Tom Clancy did the Division 2. WoW veteran plays ESO first time. Annie Fuchsia. David Icke, True Geordie podcast. Town's first black female judge. The Dangers of Dr. Phil, a daytime tragedy. God. Fallout 4. An ant war broke out after adding water beasts into my giant rainforest. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This issue is plaguing modern gaming graphics. That sounds like something to me. Ah, yes, that sounds like something good. Let's listen to it. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so she will trade all of this.
We don't know what's causing it. And
so I have
site's just getting worse.
I have loaded it before, but there we go.
This video, I want to discuss a problem that's been plaguing modern gaming for a while now. And as time goes on, it just seems to be getting worse and worse. So
yeah, I want to see what he talks about, so
this problem I'm talking about is something that a lot of you will be
it's
also something that a lot of people
post-processing. It's post-processing. Is what I want to say. Yeah, post-processing. Now, why is that so laggy to load? Is it like because the player screen is open? Something's like it doesn't like something that I'm doing. Is it the Blizzard thing? No, and it's not that. I'm just gonna close all this crap that's open. Yeah, here we go. And then I bought fire crystals. Good. Let's go do some copper ingots. I don't know, what's my inventory like? I better actually start doing crafting now. I'm like pretty much full. But I do have a lot of copper ore, been buying it and stacking it. Yep, this will be nice. This will be a good bit of income, probably like 30k or something like that. So do some passive work on FFXI, not grind levels like I had the last couple of days. Okay. Let's just see. Let's get a knife. Nice, it's got a fridge. Yeah, what did IMDb give Dune? I'm kind of curious. Let's go see. Or Rotten Tomatoes, right? Rotten Tomatoes. Tomatoes, right? Dune, right? The Reawakening or whatever. No, the original one. Dune 1. Dune 1. Not Dune 2, but Dune 1. Right? 83%. Who is Denis Villeneuve? He sounds familiar. This movie fucking sucked. It sucks so bad. Fucking terrible. And like, man, I'm surprised it got that high of a fucking rating. What about the second one? No, I don't want the featurette. Yeah, what's the Towering Feat of Sci-Fi? Are you fucking serious? Yeah. But I didn't like Doom 1 though. Okay, well, okay. Apparently they say it's a good movie. I guess if you consider 70% good, I guess. I mean, yeah. I mean, oh, cool. I guess that's way different than how I was. Was Dune bad? Was Dune bad? Like I don't know. Like like I don't know, right? Like I felt like I thought it fucking sucked. But I mean, I don't know. Was I the only one who thought that? How old is that? It's like 2 years old. Yeah, I watched Dune and felt nothing. I was like, I don't know, man. Treasure in the trash. Yeah. Hard pass. Ooh, she's cute. Dune 2. Are you fucking serious? Woo, this stinker. No. I'm sorry, I already know what my conclusion is on this. Yeah, no. Terrible fucking movie.
And some people
One of the worst movies in the last 10 years.
Other people crazy. Some people may just gaslight themselves.
It's weird because when I go and look, I guess I looked for a negative review.
Is called TAA.
Why are you loading so badly?
The image to be blurry. Now, before I go more in depth into TAA, and I show you some comparison images.
I want you to reload. You seem to have like bugged this web page or something. You did. You bugged the web page and it was like not working right. It was so annoying. I was gonna say. So, dude, let's try. I wrote bad because I was looking for confirmation of what I thought, but now I just want to see a fucking Doom movie review sort by. I'm not gonna I don't want to put a bad on it. I want to just see what people say. Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for trailers. It's cool. Hans Zimmer did the piece. I wonder if it's good. I bet the music's good. Ooh, yeah, that's looking like it sucks. Like, pretty bad. I mean, like, I watched it for like 40 minutes and I was like, this is goddamn terrible, and I turned it off. And I haven't had that experience in a long time. Like, the only other movie recently I think that I literally turned off, besides Dune, was the Batman movie. That was a fucking disaster. The modern Batman movie, fucking terrible. Disgustingly fucking bad. I felt it was like a blemish on the fucking Batman franchise. Like, honestly, I don't know how, but in the last 100 years, many different Batman franchises have come through, and almost all of them have been really genuinely fucking good, you know? Almost all of them. Maybe not like some of this sidekick stuff on Cartoon Network and shit like that, but most of the Batman lore stuff and almost all of its different iterations and its many different directors that got to do it. And, you know, Bob Kane's work was interpreted by a bunch of people. And I would say beyond Batman Forever, you know, and even maybe Batman Returns, I would say, and definitely Batman versus Robin, or whatever, Batman and Robin, or whatever. There was like 3 or so really terrible fucking Batman films that I liked when I was young, when I was a kid. But by the time I was like 14, I was like, these movies are fucking horrible. They're like horrible. And they were like horrible. So like, but the music was good. The music was always good on almost all these things, and I always found the music to be the redeeming thing. But, of all the 100 or so different interpretations of Batman that we got, from the Killing Joke to the, you know, to the Dark Knight, to the fucking Tim Burton films, to all that stuff, that modern fucking Batman was a goddamn toilet bug of a fucking movie. It was terrible. Every depiction, the lore, the actors, the Batman, the fucking CGI, the bad red droned out color of all of it was just fucking terrible. And when I watched Dune, I was like, that's what this movie reminds me of. I feel like the modern directors can't make good epics anymore. But then that's not true, because I watched a really fucking good epic recently called A Hidden Life, which was like genuinely really restored my faith in modern cinema. And I think it did win at Cannes. You know, I think it won at Cannes. And that renewed my faith, because, I mean, this utter dreck, I'm sorry, but that is the word for this utter crap. This is utter crap. It is dreck. It is complete dreck. Like, I'm sorry, but no, but I'm sure Hans Zimmer was the fucking star, too. Here, let's do the moist meter of doom. Let's see what Charlie said.
Welcome to the moist meter. Today we're taking a look at Dune. I'll be honest and upfront right away. I've never read the books, so I don't know anything about the Dune lore. But I did see the 80s movie when I was a kid, and I don't remember fuck all about it. I just remember those giant worms. So when the new Dune movie was announced, I wasn't exactly pumping my fist like, yeah, more worms, let's go, baby. You know, I wasn't going wild, but the trailer looked very cool.
It did. The trailer looked amazing. I was excited for that movie. I was like super hyped for Dune for a year and a half or something like that. And you know, I had another experience like this. Avatar. Fucking Avatar sucked goddamn fucking dick. And they played that shit up for like 3 fucking years. And I was like, is this supposed to be good? Now, to be fair, the 3D experience of Avatar was a fucking amazing experience. The IMAX 3D of Avatar was beyond the pale. Like, it was just amazing. It was just, you know, it was just like beyond the scope of what I thought was possible with modern cinema. And all of the CGI and all of the graphics and all of the music and all the stuff was good. But the story was just fucking atrocious, and the acting was not good, and the fight, you know, it did not drum up a single emotion in me. And by the end of it, I was like, this is so cool. But I stopped paying attention to this horrible movie like 45 minutes ago, and I just keep thinking that the battles are awesome and the fucking graphics are great. And so I'm torn when I say that the movie's probably good. It's just not my movie, because I think it should have good writing and I think it should be memorable. And yeah, and the trailers made it look really fucking amazing. Like Avatar's trailers were amazing, and so was Dune's. But they were both like they were just cantankerous stinkers when they fucking landed. They were both fucking terrible in my opinion.
What can you say? God damn.
Like Titanic was such a better James Cameron film, and I don't like Titanic really, you know? It was okay. I liked watching it the first couple times I saw it, and it was fun to return to this year, and I did like it, as I remember. I've always really liked Kate Winslet and Leo. You know, that's a good movie, but I mean, like, I just still thought it was something like 10 times fucking better. I thought Cocoon or The Abyss were like a 10 to 100 fucking times better than Avatar or something like that. Or I don't know. Or even some of Mario Casar's stuff, like Terminator 2. I mean, I don't know, something about it. I was like very impartial to that fucking movie, and so it's weird. And I felt the same way about Game of Thrones. I felt the same way about fucking The Walking Dead. I think these people who didn't grow up on books, who only watch television and movies and like YouTube, and were raised on streaming culture. The phrase I've heard lately is called iPad kids. I don't think they know what a good story is. I don't think they know, and I don't think the directors making the movies do either. Like, A Hidden Life was really good, but that's Terrence Malick. He's been around for fucking 50 years or something. 30, 50 years.
Really pretty. Like, visuals.
Yeah, the visuals in Doom were great. The music was great. Like I would say, like, I didn't think that, but I didn't like the depiction of the actors. I didn't like the costumes. I didn't like the story. 40 minutes in, it was so goddamn boring. I was like, I do not like this version of Dune. I came to the painful decision to turn it off. I was like, I do not like this version of Dune. I don't think it's for me. And that's how Batman was too. I was like, I do not like this version of Batman. It's not for me. You know, and that's okay. It must be me. I probably just have bad taste. It's probably me. It's like a lot of people seem to genuinely like these films. So I'm just like, okay, it must be me. It must be me. You know, I used to think I had good taste, but maybe I don't. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe taste is hard. It's hard to tell if you have good or bad taste. It's hard, you know. I was raised on like 50s and 60s films, on Turner Classic Movies, and like Hollywood from the silver screen, and like, you know, Alfred Hitchcock and Nick at Night, and lots of stuff from like the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. And like my mother's favorite films were like Bringing Up Baby and The Wall by Pink Floyd, and so by extension they were like for me too. And I think of like all the hundreds of goddamn classics that I was absolutely okay with that I didn't like, right? I think of hundreds of them. There's like a bunch of Alfred Hitchcock I can't stand at all, but I know it's a fucking AAA movie, you know? And I know that a bunch of people, that's like their favorite film, and I just know it is. And you know, and I know because I just rewatched Alfred Hitchcock again. I have his entire collection. I've been like trying to get through all of it, and like, you know, and I don't watch a lot of movies like lately. I'm lucky to get on like one a month or something like that. But I mean, after a couple of years, it stacks up. You see, you know, seeing like 20 or 30 films, and I've been trying to get through all the Academy films that have been out lately, and all the you know, and all the winners. And then I've been trying to watch all the stuff that the people watch, and the stuff that the people watched and said was good, I despised. Like, I did not like John Wick 4. My parents loved it. I thought John Wick 4 was fucking terrible. I thought the new Matrix was fucking terrible. I thought the new fucking, you know, the new Indiana Jones was fucking terrible. I thought the new Terminator was terrible. I thought that, you know, like Seal Fate or Dark Fate or something. I don't know. No, Dark Fate was good. The more modern one with Linda Hamilton. I expected to really like it, but no, it was goddamn fucking horrible. It had some good action scenes, and that was it. Like, not even the music was good. And like, I was just, like, like, and so for like 10 years, I've just been like watching old stuff. Cause I'm like there, and I know, and I think about this all the time. I'm like, all the time, like, if you want to watch movies that you've never seen before, you're going to see ones that you don't like, that you don't know anything about. Like, if you watch the entire Alfred Hitchcock collection, you're going to see a whole bunch of fucking movies that you don't like because you don't understand the setting, or you weren't alive back then, or it just isn't the sort of setting you would normally like, or whatever, you know? And like, but a bunch of them are super good, you know, and well, they're all super good, but a bunch of them do appeal to you and a bunch of them don't. And I think back now, when I look at a movie like Dune, or that fucking wretched abortion of a fucking movie Batman was way worse than Dune. Like, Batman, I only made it like 20 minutes or something like that, and I remember thinking, this is just not my Batman. It's not my Batman. It's not how I prefer to think of Batman. And the actors aren't impressing me. I think they put in these amazing, amazing performances that are not memorable. And I just don't understand that. It's the modern age of new actors and stuff. And I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying what my impressions are. And I don't like this about myself. I think all the time of like that South Park episode where everything just looks like shit to him, you know? Because I'm like, is it my problem or is it the kids? But I mean, like, I don't know though, because I have no problem watching like fucking movies from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, aughts even. But there's this period around 2000 and fucking, I'd say 10, maybe, something like that, where it just went to shit. It went to shit. Now, there was a bunch of really good Academy films, and there's always 5 or 10 really fucking good movies every year, right? There's been about 100 good films in the last 10 years, 15 years out of Hollywood. There really has been. You know, I've seen a whole bunch of them. Anthony Hopkins flicks and all kinds of this shit. You know, there's been a bunch of good Christian Bales lately. There's been a bunch, you know, there's a bunch of really good movies lately. But I would say that it used to be hundreds. Now it's tens. There's like tens of good movies. It used to be hundreds. And so now, like, I look back and I'm like, every genre of film since the fucking silver screen, you know, since I don't know what's a good example of a good actor back then or whatever. Since Houdini, this is the era of Houdini. I watched, like, you know, I've seen cinema from every era in every country and every fucking like thing, and I had no problem with almost all of them. But I did have problems with a ton of the fucking modern films that I've seen. They're just not the romp that I'm used to anymore. They don't leave me hanging and begging for a sequel anymore. Occasionally they really reach out to me, but they still don't seem that good to me. Like, for instance, like, okay, a movie that I genuinely fucking absolutely fucking love is that movie Nightcrawler that came out with Joaquin Phoenix, I believe. Yeah, Nightcrawler with Joaquin Phoenix, right? And is it Joaquin Phoenix? I think it is. Or no, is it Joaquin Phoenix? I don't know. I believe it is. I loved that film, but I didn't think it was a good film because the majority of it was like he was sitting in his apartment. He visits the news studio. He sits in his car riding around LA at 100 miles an hour with his homie. There's like a murder scene and a shootout scene at a donut shop with the cops. And that's it. I mean, there's a couple of other, like, you know, development scenes in the film to show that he's like a thief. But there was, like, you know, I thought this is a really bad movie because it seems like they could have shot it in a fucking day. Now, the cinematography wasn't bad, and it wasn't a bad movie. It really, I give it like a 9. I thought it was actually like a really fucking good movie. It's like a 9. But I also thought like that they could have shot it in a day. Not a day, like a week. They could have shot it in a week. the writing was the best part of it, and it lived off of its writing, but it wasn't your average Hollywood fare that smacks of super fucking good drama thriller. You know, we used to get like films like Misery that give you shakes up your spine when you would see the poster for it, because you'd be like, oh, that's probably going to be a really good movie. You know, it's going to be spine tingling and awesome, right? And you get this like thrill, you know. But, like, I don't think the modern films have that. They're well made. They're well written. The music's great. Cinematography's great. Just like the video games. Graphics are great. Music's great. But the gameplay or the core elements of whatever the movie is or the television show just isn't there. Or it's just not there. And so you reluctantly, you don't want to say it's a bad game. You're like, it's not a bad game. It's just not my game. And I keep trying to suss out what that means to me, why I keep saying it, right? Like Dune was not a bad movie, but it's not my movie, right? It was not a bad movie, but it's not my movie, right? And the reason why is I think it's bad. You know, I think it's bad. I think it was bad. I think it was badly written. I think it was badly adapted. I think the story wasn't compelling. The characters weren't compelling. Everything else about it, from Hans Zimmer to the graphics to the posters to the reception, all of it was positive, right? But then when you get down to like, oh God, I can't stop watching this movie, it's so good. I haven't had an experience like that with modern Hollywood in a long time. I think the last time that it genuinely did it to me, God, Dallas Buyers Club 9 years ago, you know. Not even Birdman really did it to me. It was like Dallas Buyers Club, Black Swan, and like, I don't know. Before that, it would have been the Hobbit movies, frankly. No, I didn't like the modern Star Wars. And so I go to these films and I think, oh, they're really good. You know, it's weird because when the Hobbit movies hit, I was convinced they were going to be fucking bad. I was convinced of it. I was like, it's not the same cast. It's not the same people. Everybody's 20 years older. You know, it's Peter Jackson has got to be exhausted. I don't know why he wants another 3 movies and all this other stuff. And for like a year, I told my friends, like at the card shop, I was like, I'm very, very worried that you know that it's not going to be good, you know, that it's going to be really fucking bad. And I was genuinely surprised at how much I loved the fucking Hobbit movies, and they were indelible and they were memorable. Even the barrels down the waterfalls and stuff were memorable to me, and I was very surprised by it because I felt like I didn't like the last 2 Harry Potter movies. I didn't like anything the MCU ever offered, and I was constantly let down by it. I felt alienated and not represented, and that they weren't making movies for people like me anymore, like intellectual but still sort of cool, like kind of video game badassness to them. I remember one that really stuck with me, which was Hardcore Henry. That one changed my life. I wish they would make a ton more fucking movies like Hardcore Henry. I thought Hardcore Henry broke the third wall and brought us all into a first-person shooter, except it was like actual bullets and actual guns and actual guys and actual, like, you know, reality, and like you were in Russia and it was fucking sweet. And you saw all this beautiful architecture and all these cool people and all their cool costumes and all this sweet ass shit, but it's all through the eyes of a first person shooter, so you're looking through the eyes of somebody who's running the camera. Now I could see that style probably would drive 9/10 of the movie going audiences fucking crazy, you know, but I fucking loved it, and I was like, I want more. Now that I see how good first person movie could actually be, I'm like, how about third person movie where we're just the drone over the shoulder of Yoda for a couple of hours while he does diplomacy for you know, before the first real war breaks out or whatever, right? He journeys to a bunch of planets and does a cool spy thriller and stuff, and you're you're like in a drone. You're like it inform you, the movie informs you that you're the council diplomatic drone that hovers around Yoda all day as he conducts his business with the Jedi Council and the fucking, you know, the Senate and all this. And I thought that you know, like just coming up with the idea, I'm like, oh cool, third person over the shoulder thing. And honestly, the movie could be boring where Yoda's just conducting goddamn fucking diplomacy, and then maybe there'd be a cool bit of action at the end, you know, but it could be a cool little just thriller that have mostly just talking in it, right? I wouldn't mind it. And so I think all the time that they don't challenge, just like the video games, they don't challenge what is possible enough. They think they can just sit there and ride on another fucking copy of Batman, another fucking copy of Dune, another fucking copy of Indiana Jones that isn't even good, another fucking copy of Matrix that isn't even good, another copy of this, and it's like, no, you guys, you have to make things that are new and good. If you want to be George Lucas, you have to make Star Wars. I mean, you can't just go make 7 copies of an MCU movie or something. And that's what Dune felt like to me. It felt like a bunch of people needed jobs in the Hollywood industry, and I'm not against that. So they go out and they make a movie, and I'm not against that either. But I mean, like, I couldn't sit through it. And you begin to wonder, like, how much did this goddamn movie cost? How much did Doom 1 cost them? Like, you know, like how much did Dune 1 cost, you know? $165 million is not that bad. It's a lot of money, but I guess that's okay. Now, if you had said something like 650 or something, or 450, I would have been like, no, terrible, you know? But for 150 million, I guess, you know, maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. And maybe they will make good movies in the future. I just don't see it. I'm not seeing good movies being made. So, but maybe I'm just being negative about a couple of flicks, and the rest of them have been good lately. Like, for instance, you know, the Hidden movie that I watched recently, the one that won Cannes, The Hidden Life. That was such a fucking good movie. And I didn't think they made them like that anymore. It reminded me of like The English Patient or Schindler's List or, you know, Saving Private Ryan or something like that. And it was a drama and it was good. It was about town in World War II. But it was, I mean, it was so fucking good. And I fell asleep halfway through, so I've got to finish it. But man, I was impressed. And I was like, this is what I want out of Hollywood now. I didn't think that we could have this anymore. And as it was, that movie is, I think, 5 years old. It's 5 years old. So let's hear what Charlie had to say about Dune, because I want to hear what a young person thinks about it. I don't think my opinion matters about Dune. I don't think it's a movie for me. I think it's a movie for 8 to like 24-year-old kids. And I don't think my opinion matters about Dune. I'll tell you right now. I think my opinion is invalid. I'm only registering my own personal opinion of it. I don't care that other people love it. I think that's awesome. You know, like awesome, great. You know, because it was just weird. But my own personal experience was like, this is a stinker.
Like, shit. And it has Hans Zimmer complimenting the visuals. So when you're watching this movie, you're getting like this goddamn euphoric sensation. It's like a Redditor who found atheism. Like it's you just go into like a whole nother state. It's like, Jesus Christ, I didn't even know movies could look this good. On a visual and audio level, it's a goddamn masterpiece. It's 2.5 hours.
See, he's going to say the exact same. I've never seen this interview. I've not finished Dune. I didn't know what he was going to say. I thought he was going to say, you know, but he's saying the same thing. I was like, the music and the cinematography were fucking amazing. No issue with that at all. But was it a compelling movie? No.
Every single scene is beautiful.
Yeah.
So yeah, definite 10 out of 10 from the visuals and soundtrack.
Now notice he's making a differentiation, and I would say that you kind of need to.
Now let's move on to the narrative. So this is supposed to be a franchise starter. This is part 1 of hopefully.
But I don't need that. Dune isn't good past the first story. I have read all of the Dune novels like 5 times. Dune is not good past the first story. it comes back and solves a couple of the later ones, like Sons of Dune or whatever the fucking name of it is. I forget of it, but it really sews up the story pretty good with the worms and the Kisa Haderach and all that, and the Kisa Haderach and whatever it is, and he summed it up well. He finished the story very well, but the books weren't good. They're boring. They're like Game of Thrones shit in the desert. It's not too good. It's
two. And with that in mind, I think it's great. If we never see a part 2,
later on it goes out to the fucking to the spaceships.
Damn, then this movie serves no purpose. That's my biggest complaint. This movie feels like it is only the very beginning. There's no like conclusion. It ends abruptly. There's no depth to some of the characters. They just kind of go.
Yeah, that was my complaint too. You know what I'm saying?
Screen, and then you don't see them again.
I was like, this is not a Chronicles of Riddick even. It was like a bad movie to me. I was like, it wasn't cohesive. It didn't do the mythos well enough. Like, okay, in the first half hour of Dune, you learn about Jessica and all the stuff and you understand what that the planet exists, and I don't feel like they did the exposition well at all.
Rest of the movie, because it's only part 1, I imagine they'll be more important in part 2, and you'll get more depth.
Maybe I should finish these. I guess I'll torture myself and sit through it, and I'll give it a second try. How's that?
So, with that in mind, I'm excited for part 2.
But I mean, what he's saying doesn't build confidence in what I already shut the movie off once. I'm probably just going to shut it off again. I don't think it was good. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't think it was good.
Completely just worthless. Like I said, there's no conclusion or closure. It just goes, full throttle, nuts to butts, and then all of a sudden, bang.
Bang.
We're pulling
just
out.
done.
And then you would expect the next episode to start.
And they all do that too.
That next episode isn't confirmed yet. So it's a movie that solely exists to set the stage for the next movie, which is fine because it does a great job of that, and I'm super excited. But it's a little worrisome that the second one isn't confirmed yet, because if it doesn't ever come out, then this movie doesn't really have a reason to exist, because the movie is all foreplay, just getting you sweaty and ready to finish in the sequel. In other franchises, the first part that puts it all in motion feels like a complete package sometimes. It's like, okay, I got an entire experience out of that, and it set the stage going forward. Dune is not like that. It's not like a standard 3-act movie. There is no Act 1, 2, and 3 in Dune. It is all just Act 1. And when it ends, it starts to show you what Act 2 is going to pick up on. Take, for example, Infinity War. Infinity War gives you like a climactic fight between the Avengers and Thanos, and then it has a conclusion that ends on a cliffhanger, and you immediately know that it's going to be picked up on with the follow-up movie. Dune doesn't have that. There isn't like a climactic battle where the main character's fighting off against the main evil or anything. There's no big climactic moment that you engage on and then have like a cliffhanger. You're just going about like this entire intro, and then it just ends. And you don't even know if there's going to be a sequel to pick up on it where you reach the climax and everything. Like I said, it all just feels like just Act 1. It's an incomplete story, and you can feel that, which is fine if there is a part 2. So you don't really get like a full satisfactory experience out of it, but you know that there's more to it, and that's what makes me excited for a sequel, if there is one. But if there isn't, then this movie doesn't really give you a whole lot other than just a visual spectacle, which is fine too, because like I said, it is truly beautiful. I think the narrative is great. They feed you so much information so quickly that it can be confusing sometimes, but it eventually started to piece everything together. I got a little bit lost in the sauce with all the visions that Paul was having, but the actor playing Paul, Timothy, last name, I can't pronounce his last name, but Timothy fucking killed it as Paul. Everyone did a great job in the movie, and I was really invested in the story.
Okay.
They introduce all these politics, they show you how the world works, introducing the spice and how important that is. Just a really fucking cool setup, and the way that I feel about this movie is going to be entirely dependent on if there is a second part ever made. Because if there isn't, then I'm probably not going to look back super fondly on this movie, other than just the boners that I popped while looking at it because it's so beautiful, and that'll be about it. But if there is an Act 2 and they land it like they did with this one, this is gonna be one of the best fucking 2 sci-fi movies I've ever seen, because I fucking loved it. I really did. I just feel like
Okay.
it's a little hard to really say like this is a fucking masterpiece when it just doesn't feel complete, because it's obviously just setting itself up for more. So if the more doesn't come, this all just doesn't work super well. But I really liked it. And just to give you a further example of what I mean, one of the main characters that's advertised in all of the trailers for this film is only in the last 15 minutes of the movie. They're hinted at throughout some visions, but they're only actually in the movie in the last 15 minutes. That's when they're introduced. Obviously, they're going to be more important in the next one, because they're a very important character. But yeah, that's really my only complaint, and it's only a complaint because the second movie isn't confirmed. If the second movie was confirmed, then I'd be wiggling my finger up here like, okay, can't wait for more. But the fact that that's up in the air is a little scary for like this movie, because this movie only works if there is a second one to follow it up, because this is all just like blue balls and it needs the second one. You know what I mean? But like I said, it's a really enjoyable movie. I had a lot of fun watching it.
I did not.
2 other things that I thought were very silly. The fucking shields in this movie are worthless. This isn't
Yeah,
a spoiler or anything,
they are
but
worthless.
The characters have shields, right?
Yeah.
Like I have all the warriors and everything, they activate a shield, and it's supposed to be like good defense. But I swear to God, it's like they're wearing paper. It does nothing. It doesn't stop knives. It doesn't stop like it doesn't even stop like fucking someone flicking water on them. It doesn't do anything. The shields don't do shit. They'd be better off being naked. It's terrible. I don't even know why I have the shields in the first place. There isn't a single scene in this movie where a shield saves someone.
That's the story.
There is one scene, and I had to make note of it, where a shield does help a ship once because it gets hit by debris, and the shield blocks it a little bit, so then the ship only starts spinning. But that is the only time a shield is ever useful here. Every other character, when they're stabbed, it just goes straight through, like butter. It almost makes it easier for them to get stabbed, it seems. So yeah, the shield's silly, and there's a lot of cheese to the movie, at least in a couple of places. Like, the dialogue's really well done, the writing's great, but there's like a couple of cheesy moments where, you know, when they land on Arachnus, a dude with bagpipes just comes out of the ship to introduce the higher-ups. It's like, hey, these guys are really important. Check out the bagpipe guy, the dedicated galactic bagpiper. He just comes out of the ship ripping on the bagpipes. And it's like, oh, that's a little odd. But yeah, I mean, it's not like a complaint. I just wanted to point out those 2 things, like, just like, that was a bit strange. But yeah, anyway, let's plug Dune into the moist meter. I'm giving it a 90%. I really did like it. Now, obviously, I won't feel that way about the movie if it turns out Warner Bros. Puts the kibosh on the whole thing and just says, bah humbug, there'll never be a Dune 2, then obviously that would change how I feel about this movie, because it's an incomplete story and you can really feel that. So it's entirely hinging on if there's a second movie to complete the story. They do a great job of setting everything up. I had a lot of fun watching it. It is so beautiful. I can't stress that enough. And Hans Zimmer.
Yeah, I thought those things too, but then it has to be actually good though, which I didn't think it was. To do Dune properly, you've got to almost Star Wars that and make it classic, fucking classic. Not this modern sci-fi shebang where you dump a bunch of money into CGI. It needed something really classic to it that it didn't have. That story is classic, Dune, and it needs like the right depiction, and I don't think that was it. I'll just say it. You know, I'm sorry.
On the score, it sounds so good. Like, it's a really good movie. I really enjoyed it. That's about it. So yeah.
Thank you, Jack Saint. Thank you, Penguin Zero, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Hurry up, you.
Annoying. Do not fear. I heard it's the mind killer. It might not seem like it because I do make a lot of jokes, but I do genuinely dislike the constant slinging of modern media discourse. It frankly does cause me great distress, and recently I've decided I want to do what I can to kind of bridge the divide. There have been a lot of fights online about what movies or shows or games are really about, and now Doom Part 2 is out and people are arguing about that, and that is the subject of this video, and definitely nothing else.
I see a holy war against Hollywood liberalism spreading across the galaxy like an unquenchable fire.
Dune is a story about family and conflicts between good and evil. The story promotes strong families, discipline, loyalty, and earning one's trust.
I blame the Bene Gesserit witches.
This is what right-wing cultural victories look like.
Being on the internet, I can't say for sure if a lot more people understand the concept of media literacy, but definitely a lot more people have heard of it.
I know media
It's
literacy.
become kind of a trigger phrase. I can say right now that there are some viewers who just heard me say it and then instantly got so annoyed that they clicked off the video to go complain about it. And honestly, if you're one of those, amazing work. You've done a great job of showing that you're definitely not the ones who are incredibly sensitive to other people's opinions. To the ones who may have gotten annoyed but are still here, thank you and welcome. This video is actually for you. And to accommodate for both you and regular viewers, I have mad-libbed this script so that you can each enjoy your own special references to nod in smug agreement with. Play us in, Gurney. There are two movies that have been pretty infamous battlegrounds of this particular discourse, those being The Matrix and more recently, two horses that have been beaten so thoroughly that they now resemble Kathleen Kennedy's dignity. Alternatively, it now resembles the reactionary impulse to complain about woke video games. The red pill, and even The Matrix itself as a term, have become synonymous with a kind of right-wing political sentiment, where the Matrix often represents values seen as liberal, like forced diversity and inclusion, and the governments that support them, or a culture that pushes those values, or the Romanian police. The implication is usually that in the Matrix we are carefully controlled, and once we take the red pill and free ourselves from the limitations of the world order, we can become truly empowered as individuals. The standard response is to say that people who think this way lack. Some have argued this is because of the outward politics of the creators of The Matrix, two openly progressive trans women who have been pretty upfront on takeaways from the story they agree or disagree with. Alternatively, it's because they're ignoring aspects of the story, like the fact that it's about marginalized people rising up as a collective, not against some kind of diverse, lib, communist state, but a modern capitalist society enforced by an extremely homogenous, militarized government that ruthlessly wipes out all its social deviance. It's the heroic side of the movie that seems to resemble a commune. Looks like a bunch of woke teens at a Tumblr convention, if you ask me. Alternatively, I would like Trinity to step on me. I don't think either of these are especially great answers. I've talked about this in previous videos, but I really feel like if you go back to just that first Matrix, you can kind of see how we got here. The deliberately vague nature of the machines, plus the way the film slowly hypes up Neo as a chosen one messiah figure, definitely leaves the door open for a very reductive society versus the individual type message. The thing I'd point out is that the film never really presents collectives as a wholly bad thing. In fact, when Neo is shown as an alienated individual, he's at his lowest point in the film, and he's only able to become the man he wants to be with the help of a collective. So it's not really about individuals versus society, it's about different visions of society. And from that point you have to ask, what are the visions? The machines are a strictly enforced, racially based hierarchy, where in this case the human race are seen as nothing more than batteries to power the system.
Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. You are a plague, and we are the cure.
Morpheus's crew are a dramatic contrast, caring deeply about each other in their mutual agency and consent. Again, red pill or blue pill. Take the red pill was never presented as a command, it's a choice. Neo is treated as an equal with the right to say what seems on a shallow level to be a story about an individual triumphing over society is actually about them finding their place in a kinda better one. Or at least It could be. Media can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, and the same way an author can't tell you the correct way to enjoy something, they can't tell you the correct way to interpret it. Authors aren't gods, and even they can include elements in their stories they didn't notice or intend. Clearly, the Wachowskis felt the way some audiences reacted to the film went way against their intentions, and it's no secret the sequels were a response to that, reimagining the One not as some unique religious role for Neo, but something the machines have controlled for. A trick to give Neo the impression of liberating himself, while actually reinforcing the system he thinks he's breaking out of. I do think it's a good way to complicate the story for people who came away from The Matrix thinking it was just about the triumph of individuals.
No, it's just a psyop. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Social media courses teaching people basically just how to exploit others.
Let's get money and get out of the fucking Matrix. What you want to do?
What are they really doing except training more people to be small-minded economic drones? What use is the success of an individual when all they're effectively doing is reinforcing a system they claim to rebel against? While I was in university, I often heard a quote that was credited to Margaret Mead. I can't find an actual source for it, but I think it applies to this conversation. Children should be taught how to think, not what to think. Media literacy should never be about telling people the right way to read a story. Like regular literacy, it's about your ability to read it in the first place, to be able to break down and understand what is being presented to you. A shallow understanding of the Matrix might lead to a shallow reading of it. I must not conform, where the non-conformity essentially just becomes conformity with extra steps. You can have a weird take. Looking at old media with a new and interesting lens is the way we keep discussion going and learn new things. I am somewhat infamous for doing this in the past. Interactive segment, if you like those videos, I'll pause for applause in a moment, and if you don't, please punch the screen once the timer counts down. The purpose of media literacy should not be digging down to the one single correct meaning, but to give someone the tools to at least look at a piece of media and understand what it's showing you. So what does this
Why is this bear hurting me so much? No.
Gurney?
Oh my god.
Hey there kids, it's your old friend Duncan Idaho. Are you concerned for your personal security? I have been multiple times. Did you know thousands of companies are collecting, aggregating and trading your personal data without you knowing about it? Did you also know you have the right to request data brokers to delete what information they have about you and protect your privacy? Incogni is a tool that can streamline a process that may otherwise take you years to do manually, helping you protect your privacy and take your personal data off the market by reaching out to data brokers on your behalf, requesting your personal data removal and dealing with their objections. At this point my data has been leaked by various companies multiple times, but frankly I did not realize how bad it had gotten until I used Incogni, and they sent out 43 different data removal requests. Bring on the Butlerian Jihad. And this month Incogni is offering a special deal if you want an easy and straightforward process to protect your data. Just use the link on screen now or down in the description for 60% off using the code JackSaint. Once again, that's code JackSaint for 60% off of your plan. Thank you. Oh no, not again! So, Dune is a 6-part book series that is also a 23-part book series that covers about 15,000 years of narrative, but the story as shown in the new movies is about a guy named Paul. Paul is a noble son of the House Atreides who is unwittingly wrapped up in multiple schemes that ultimately lead to the destruction of his house and father, and then for him to be designated by the native peoples of a desert planet as their one true destined messiah. On a surface level, it seems like a kind of cliche white savior chosen one story.
No, it's not. He's wrong. What it actually is the crossover from the rich, privileged, high society to the working class hero. From prince to pauper and then back again.
And I don't just say white savior because it's a fictional world where having no rhythm is a good thing. Dune's author Frank Herbert drew from a lot of different sources, arguably plagiarizing chunks of the original book straight from the Leslie Blanche work, The Sabres of Paradise. But more famously, it's a take on the life and works of T. Lawrence, the basis for the film Lawrence of Arabia. A story about a British military officer who works as a liaison to Arab leadership and ultimately becomes a bold revolutionary leader on their behalf. Although loosely based on real history, the film falls into a lot of the standard tropes associated with the white savior, massively inflating the capabilities and importance of Lawrence while diminishing the actions of Arab fighters and leadership, as well as downplaying the more complicated motivations of colonial British involvement in this conflict.
It's always, this is a very common story. It's the young prince goes native, marries native princess, and returns to destroy that which, you know, and I've always sort of been annoyed with it because it's like they use the power of the lower class to reinstate themselves on the throne and then liberate the lower class and become friends with them and make sure that their community is protected and that they're not poor anymore and all this stuff. Rich man saves poor. Rich man loses house. Rich man ends up in ghetto. Rich man goes native. Rich man's no longer a rich man. Rich man's now a rich man who went native. And now rich man who went native finds native princess and then finds love and then finds his lineage and, you know, gets, like, you know, away with the, you know, with like, you know, saving the world and reuniting the lower and the middle class. Or I always kind of thought it meant that the upper class were now the middle class and the lower class were now the middle class and there was only the middle class anymore. But this story is really common. It happens all the time. It's a really common archetype. I don't know what the most famous version of it is. I think Lawrence of Arabia is a really famous version of it, but we've had stuff like this for a long time. It's I don't know. There's not a good archetypal story. I was gonna say Camelot, but it's really not Camelot. It's something else entirely, but I can't think of a source story that hits it accurately. Maybe. Oh man, I can't think of one. This horse is good. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just riding. I love it. I love having the island. It's fun.
It's dramatized in a very specific way. Frankly, it just looks better for Lawrence to ignore many of the other players in this particular historical moment, some of whom were much more significant than himself. Lawrence rushing triumphantly into battle is a much more iconic image for him than accidentally shooting his own camel in the back of the head and having to walk. This hasn't been something historically proven, but then again, neither of most of Lawrence's claims. The purpose isn't really historical accuracy, it's building an image.
Yep.
Again,
a hero icon.
That Dune is just a reproduction of this same story and its problems. And maybe it could be said that regardless of any deeper messages in the book, the fact that it's so easy to get this idea is an issue in itself. I think it's an understandable take, but not really one I agree with. In fact, I think it's a good first example.
There we go. Okay, the phrase that comes to my mind is civilizing the savages story. It's like the civilized the savage story. Rich white man loses house, ends up in the ghetto with the natives, and then liberates them with his power of Jesus or whatever. It uses their power to free his house and take over the throne, and he ends up being King Richard. Robin Hood, it might be kind of the Robin Hood kind of. I mean, I don't believe Robin of Locksley was supposed to be rich, but maybe he was. I don't know. I can't remember if he was knighted before he became a felon or not. But I mean, like, you know, Robin Hood is kind of an example like this. Like Robin Hood kind of goes native. He like, you know, I think he's originally supposed to be like a prince. They call him the beggar prince, right? I think the beggar prince is the name of this archetype, I think. The beggar prince. Right? They go to a desert, or they go to, it's like an old British story. They go to the desert and they civilize the heathens, and they use the heathens to retake the crown back home. And that was kind of the Robin Hood archetype. There's been a lot of stories that have used this, but yeah, that's the Dune stereotype. It's like, you know, civilized young prince loses his house, isn't a prince anymore, but he's got the bloodline, and he's kind of got a Jesus Messiah thing going on, like Robin Hood, or you know, he's got like a savior thing going on. And you know, and he used to be them, but now he's us. Right? It's such a white, cheesy, white guilt sort of story, right? But often it's a story that is often used to disguise like this idea that the white man goes to the native area, rapes and pillages the women and the, you know, and the resources there, and then brings Christianity to the savages. And then when they find Jesus and God, they thank him for raping his veil. You know, they thank him. I think this is what the white fantasy has always been, kind of, is they go to some savage place in the Middle East. They impose Christianity on some people who's never met them before. It has no idea who the fuck Jesus and God is, right? And they do this at knife point or gunpoint. And then when the people adopt the fucking Jesus and God or die, they have a religious experience. And they're like, oh, well, maybe God does exist, you know? When they see the white man praying to him every Sunday, like it's nobody's business, and, you know, and they're at night point to pray with him. They begin to think, well, maybe he's onto something. Maybe there is a God or whatever. We always had lots of gods, but maybe his white God is real or whatever. Who are we to say if there isn't a deity? That the deity seems to have empowered him to take control of our culture. Maybe he does have a God he represents. And who are we, the savages of Africa, or the savages of the desert, or the savages of the lower class America, to question whether God is behind the colonizing white man or not, right? So often they end up being converts, and they see God, and then they end up being more fervent towards God than the white man or whatever, and they just do whatever the white man says. And that's the Lawrence of Arabia like thing. That's the Dances with Wolves thing. That's the Dune thing. It's like it's the what's it called? It's the, oh, what's that? It's a vendor. It's the Beggar Prince. Aladdin is the Beggar Prince, right? Except I think he was always a street urchin, and then he ends up being king. But I mean, it's that same sort of story. The beggar, it's the pauper prince / it's like two versions of either the pauper prince, right? The guy who ends up being a prince from a pauper, or sorry, prince from a pauper story, or some variation of it, of you know, white man saves the day, converts everybody, uses them to free the crown and stop all the corruption of the rich white man, which is kind of what Dune is. It's like, go to the desert, take over the heroin spice that the rich white man's addicted to, take control of it, marry the princess of the savages, and bring religion to all of them, right? And I mean, that's Dune. It's your average Christian fantasy about colonization. It's the pauper prince, it's the beggar prince, it's the, you know, it's the white man colonizing Lawrence of Arabia thing. It's the Dances with Wolves, you know, Avatar thing. And I've always really disliked it. It's this colonization mythos where the white man somehow finds Like, I mean, I know I keep saying white man, but I mean, that's kind of what this is. It's like the white man keeps finding redemption through the forced conversion of the savages of the land that he doesn't belong to. And that's exactly what Dune is. That's exactly what Avatar is, and that's exactly what Dances with Wolves is, and it's just kind of funny, and in all these other, like, cool archetypes, it's almost what Star Wars is, but not really. You know, I mean, Luke Skywalker isn't some royal, but I mean, it's kind of implied a lot that he's sort of like a prince of the Jedi, you know? But, I mean, he's not this, you know, he's not this messiah, though. They kind of look at him like that, but he's not this messiah. He's just the leader of the rebels. That's all. You know, he's not some messiah. And that's always part of the mythos, too, is he's always, like, Luke Skywalker's always in the corner eating dinner with Han Solo and drinking whiskey or something, you know, while they prep for a flight op or whatever. Oh, Pop jumped. I'm just going to go see who it is. Because I had it all to myself there for a minute. And we see Len Fam and Mayhan. Non-legit. Legit. So one of them's legit, and one of them is not involved. And they both came on at the same time. So maybe they're a duo, and maybe this guy's not involved. But he has kind of that look. He has that look. It's weird. I don't know. What was that? Oh, it's downtime, huh? Hey, AO, casual ice before downtime. I missed the op, but that's okay. I got a good op today. So she gets the log. I'm going to do some more goldsmithing.
Of the shallow media literacy I was talking about before, because I don't think it's easy to get this idea if you really read or now even watch Dune, because at every turn Dune is not only a story about a nobleman rising to the position of messiah, but knowingly exploiting stories and legends planted by his own society to manipulate another into serving his own ends. Dune is a subversion. Kind of. There's a particular scene shown in both the movie
Okay, I'm gonna log
is more effective with the context of the inner monologue
and go to Mortal 2.
In it, Paul's mother, the Lady Jessica, has what initially seems like a threatening encounter with her Fremen native housekeeper, the Shadout Mapes. Mapes reveals a strange concealed knife, and Jessica is instantly able to identify it as a Fremen crysknife, specifically naming it as a maker, a blade made from a sandworm tooth. Mapes immediately does a really weird cry. Then identifies Lady Jessica as the one, becoming totally.
I don't like the costumes. I don't like the delivery.
This is because
I don't think it looks that good to me. I don't know.
Jessica is well aware both the knife and her apparent
I don't like the cinematography.
intuition of Fremen customs are actually.
I like the Fremen. No, I don't like the depiction of the Fremen. No.
Part of a long-held prophecy. In fact, they are prophecies already planted.
They look beaten, and that's not how the Fremen were. The Fremen were a very proud people that were very strong and desert going and very leathery. And I mean, these people look like that, but they also look beaten down and shit. And I don't think that's not my. I mean, see that I don't know. I guess it's just what your own depictions in your own mind of the story is, and this guy's not doing it for me. I read Dune like 5 times when I was a kid. I thought it was a really good story, but it also stank of like the issues I've been speaking of. It stank of like what's the word, template. It stank of templates, like, you know, templates of stories that other people have told.
To exploit for exact exactly
It's a very
this
basic
purpose,
story,
to
kind
protect
of.
Jessica's bloodline and pave the way for Paul's ascendance to power. I blame the Bene Gesserit witches.
My father really, really wanted me to like Dune. And I mean, I did. I mean, I read it like 5 times.
Seen a million different scenes in fantasy where a character interacts with some sacred object and in doing so reveals their special mystic significance. But the context around this scene makes it incredibly uncanny, which is a feeling that persists through huge chunks of Dune. I never really understood people who treated Dune like a difficult read, because even just my first time through, this element of
I thought the story was gripping.
story made it instantly engaging to me.
Yeah, it's pretty engaging, yeah.
Simultaneously reading 2 different novels where one perspective is of a group of people who are aware they're in a book and have already read it. Everything is calculated. Even the idea that House Atreides would come to Arrakis with their honorable reputation and be treated like saviors for acting as better autocrats than the last ones is a power play. Paul is pretty quickly aware that he's being positioned into the role of a chosen one messiah. He's also aware that his entire life and heritage have been orchestrated over hundreds of years to bring him to this exact point. This is the constant duality of the story.
I don't like the actor.
From the ground, it's this story of twists and revelations, while from up above, we watch predetermined events go through the motions. It's kind of like colonialism.
And who will our next oppressors be?
I don't like James Cameron's Avatar. I don't like it for petty reasons. Jake Sully, cat people look weird, get those fucking feet off the screen now. And I don't like it for complicated thematic reasons I've explained.
Me too. It's, well, also it's it's that same old white conquistadorialism story. Somehow, after you rape all the women and burn all the churches and take over the land, and it doesn't matter whether you're the royal or the fucking lower class, it doesn't matter which side of it that you represent. You go down and you take your Indian princess Pocahontas or whatever, and you like, you know, and then you messiah your way to their forgiveness after you've raped and pillaged their land, and your father owns holdings where their fucking sacred land is and all this shit, and like, or whatever. And it's just weird. It's like that weird fantasy that everybody's gonna love you after you go colonize them. I've never understood it that well. I've never liked it. I loved Dances with Wolves the first time I saw it. But then when I was old enough to understand the actual fucking, like, premise of it, I was like, I disapprove of this story. I disapprove of a white man turning on his own army. I disapprove. I mean, there was a lot of stuff of it that, you know,
Exact layer I felt was missing. Avatar.
I didn't like that he went native. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's really not likely for a white man to go native. It's just not. It's just like really weird. They might not kill you, I guess, but to let you go native, that's pretty fucking extreme. I think they'll let scientists and people like that do that. Jane Goodall managed to do it a bunch, and all these other scientists managed to study a lot of rare tribes in Indochina and in Africa and places like that. But I mean, you know, and there were people that managed to do it, but most time white man can't blend in, and white man can't really hide the colonialist past that he's got. And so this whole messiah complex thing where, oh, they'll love me for conquering them. I'm sorry, but it's been very difficult for me to stomach since I was like 13 years old or something like that, when I was like, yeah, this is white people behaving badly, though. The mythos behind it is kind of white people dominating the savages. It's kind of based, the actual core story of it. It always is.
Runs through a lot of the same beats as Dune. Jake Sully is an outsider who becomes alienated from his colonist faction and goes native to lead an indigenous population in a revolution. There's even the exact same moment where Jake Sully exploits a long-held tradition for clout by taming a big animal. The difference between Sully's rise to power and Paul's is that Sully's is played basically completely straight. There is no additional commentary on Sully's behaviour, and since this is also clearly modelled after T.E. Lawrence-esque escapades, it's basically doubling down on all the same problems in a movie presenting itself as empowering. It doesn't just ignore the issues of falling into unquestioned idol worship, the background of how these stories were used to cover for explicit colonial manipulation. It leans into all of it. I think if you want to cater to some kind of revolutionary spirit in people, the very first thing you'd want to do is break down myths that lead to their own exploitation. Many people in history, especially in Jake Sully's position, have co-opted revolutionary aesthetics to manipulate well-meaning people for their own ends. Like bread tubers. Stripping out that part of the message would to me be like doing a version of I Am Legend where he actually just ends up being the savior of humanity. Why are you looking at me like that? Shut up, Gurney. I remember not long after I first read Dune, I stumbled on a clip of Stephen Colbert talking about his lifelong adoration of the series, the profound impact it had on him as someone who was also going through his own adolescence when he first read Paul's story.
I first read it when I was not that much older than Paul Atreides, and of course I was Paul Atreides, and I believed that fear was the mind killer, and I would let the fear pass through me. And when the fear passed through, I would watch its path, and when the fear was gone, only I would remain. But I didn't even realize it till just now I went back and read how influential it was.
I see clips like this, and I hesitate to be overly dismissive of people who interpreted Dune in the simplistic way I mentioned earlier. Clearly, Colbert's love for the book was genuine, even if he wasn't reading into it as a story about the calculated exploitation of an indigenous people to serve an empire. Paul to him was a straightforward power fantasy. He was a character to aspire to, and his Bene Gesserit conditioning wasn't horrifying, but inspirational. Just because I read that chapter and found the idea of offering your child up to ritual torture so that they can prove their place as a civilized life form bleak, doesn't stop someone else from taking that lesson at face value. Colbert had his own early life tragedies, and I can definitely understand him latching onto the idea of finding strength in suffering. Why do I include this preamble? Because a lot of people have takes on Dune that make me want to Gom Jabbar myself.
It was a distant portrait of the reality of the oil and capitalism and exploration, the over-exploitation. The over-exploitation of Earth. If this is what you think your film is doing, I'm going to guess that it's awful.
In this age of woke Hollywood and movies that seemingly hate their audiences, it was good to be able to sit in the theater for quite a long time and enjoy a movie without being preached at or told that I need to believe something.
My main takeaways from the movie, it's unapologetically pro-life.
In this movie, because Jessica is pregnant, Lady Jessica is talking to the fetus the entire movie.
It's unapologetically pro-life.
In this movie,
oh my god. What the fuck do you care if a movie is pro-life? It's a fucking movie, you goddamn moron.
From the movie.
And I don't like pro-lifers. I don't like anything that's pro-life or anything or whatever. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm pro-life, but I'm not like I'm pro-choice, you know? So I wouldn't call that but I'm also pro-life. I mean, I'm pro-life. I really don't believe in. I believe in choice of that.
It's unapologetically pro-life.
In this movie.
So, but it's a movie. What the fuck do you care?
Because Lady Jessica is pregnant.
I guess he's scared of the message that sends. A pro-life message where you don't want a fetus to die, I guess. Is that bad?
Lady Jessica is talking to the fetus the entire movie. They show the baby in utero. Like, that is not a cluster of cells. That is an actual character in the film. His movies turn out to be shockingly pro-life.
Oh, I just think it's a nice story of about a mum supporting her son.
Is Dune woke?
There are two burning questions that have been on the minds of fans since Dune Part 1. Is the sequel going to kick ass, or is it going woke? Some fans were very nervous that the focus of the
Oh no, is it woke? What did you think woke was? I don't know what they think woke is. I know what it is. Whatever they think it is, they've picked this word that they don't understand so they can yell at whoever they think whatever. I mean, I guess they can just yell at the left. I guess they would just yell at the left. They want to just yell at the left, so they just make up some word and use it to just yell at us. I guess, which is fine.
Shift away from Paul Atreides being the Kwisatz Haderach and make Chani the hero, a stunning and brave.
I mean, if that's what you want to do.
Behind it, I'd be far from the first to claim that Herbert's writing does tread pretty close to Orientalism at times, and
Orientalism,
emphasizing a colonial power fantasy. And let's be honest, a fairly substantial chunk of that early fan base was teenage boys who just found the idea of surfing worms and becoming a chosen one, God King of the universe.
It was badass. It was awesome. It was really cool for a 12-year-old. I read Dune when I was like 12, and I thought it was an amazing fucking story. I've always aspired to be as great as Paul Atreides. You know,
before the most recent movie,
it was a great hero worship story. I really love Dune, you know, as a story. I think my impression of the movie might have given some impression that I don't like Dune. I love Dune, but I mean, that movie.
To head the last attempt to describe the story as about a kid becoming a leader. Admittedly, a lot of younger fans were only familiar with Dune in the broadest fantasy strokes, and this didn't get much better with the 1984 film adaptation. Here's the thing. Excessive narration and internal monologue is pretty common in a lot of novels, even if some people find it irritating. But that shit becomes extremely obnoxious very quickly in a visual art form like film. I thank Shia LaBeouf, the first version of Blade Runner I saw was the director's cut.
I didn't know whether Leon gave Holden a legit address. Whatever was in the bathtub was not human. Replicants weren't supposed to have feelings. I'd quit because I'd had a belly full of killing.
I actually think this is as big a hurdle to adapting Dune as any expensive set or effect, because so much of that story is in the narration. The way that much of what happens is so calculated on the part of Paul and his family gets lost somewhat when pages of contemplation are reduced to stray looks or a few lines of dialogue, especially when Paul's messianic role means very few other characters ever openly challenge his motivations. It has the advantage that the audience really gets to slowly discover the inner machinations of Paul's mind, but it does make it harder to organically bring in that dual perspective I was talking about before.
It is not woke. I was one of the skeptics who thought that it might get a little bit woke, and that Chani would be studying a braid, and while she has her moments, it's Paul's movie. He kind of goes through this journey of learning the Fremen ways and really becoming the hero that you kind of expect him to be.
So in the new Dune, there was a specific change made to a particular prominent character that has pretty much become the most controversial thing about these new adaptations. A lot of people on the internet hate Chaney. I mean, they really hate Chaney.
I really hate Chaney. Oh, did I get through it all? Oh, I did. Yeah.
That's the way it was pronounced in the audiobook I read, and now I can't stop. I've always felt Chaney in the original book is a fairly passive character who often does just feel like a reward to add to the power fantasy element of Paul's character. This itself can function as part of the colonialist commentary, especially with Chaney's gradual lowering to the role of a politically insignificant.
Now notice he said something very interesting to me. Okay. He said, this didn't match with the audiobook that I read. And now the audiobook is the book. It is. But saying it like the audiobook that I read, I guess I don't know. When I make that statement, I'm saying the audiobook that I listened to. Okay. Oops, I forgot to start the video again. I'm sorry.
Concubine, reduced to an object of desire for her Messiah king. But honestly, the fact that someone who has such an extended role in the series has so little to do made me a lot more open to the version we now see in the films. Now Cheney, once defined by her unquestioned loyalty to Paul, openly challenges him and ultimately has enough. It's a way to both engage her character infinitely more in the actual narrative and give voice to a lot of things that were otherwise left behind in narration. And they gave us the balancing. But sadly, the movie is now woke. Sorry about that. I had a big burrito and had to go to bed. So, I understand certain objections made by fans of the old books. When I say I didn't love Cheney's past characterization, I'm not saying it was just totally insulting or made no sense. The fact is, Cheney in the books is just much more of a pragmatist who always respects the strategies that are going to put Paul in the best possible position. Marrying Princess Irulan is one of those, so she accepts it. In that respect, modern Cheney's character is being reduced so she can be more of an audience surrogate. But I still think there's a lot of power and meaning in letting her act as that vessel for the audience, and their feelings of bitterness and betrayal that come with watching Paul's gradual arc. That is, if you think Paul is deserving of that. Which... Okay, so you know that one meme where there's a 0 IQ guy and the really smart guy and the guy in the middle, but the 0 IQ guy and the really smart guy actually have the same opinion? I don't think it's as simple as if you think about doing this way, you're dumb. But I think there's a sentiment that makes sense where if you haven't thought critically about Dune at all, you think trying to vilify Paul is stupid because it's woke or something. It's just trying to demonize, frankly, demonize white men because you think they just can't do anything good. And really what you're doing is you're being subversive and you're trashing my beloved childhood hero.
You take an old story that has many fans and you usurp it for your own needs.
Then you think about Dune quite a lot and you realize it's fine to vilify Paul because he's kind of a snake who does.
Yeah, he is. He's like... Yeah, like it's okay to sort of dislike Paul Atreides. I liked him, but I also thought it was a little bit gauche, you know? It was gauche as shit. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. He seemed like a one-dimensional character to me. I love Dune. I don't know. I hope that's good enough. I actually love Dune. I read the book, like the paperback novel, like 5 times when I was a kid. And I don't know, that I hope that's good enough. Like the version in my head is not that movie.
Present a lot of the dangers of colonialism, callously exploiting the outrage of the suffering to build his own status and cult-like devotion, like a bread tube. Then you have a mental breakdown during the pandemic and read all 6 main Dune books in the span of 2 weeks, and then read them again, and then write about 100 pages of notes about it.
Oh, good. Okay, I wondered if he had actually read the books or just listened to an audiobook before he did this fucking video, because I'm like, yeah. Anyways, so thank you, Jack Saint, for the excellent content for my stream. I would like to sub to your channel. Thank you, Hybrid, for the excellent content for my stream. I like that they made a new version of Dune that the kids got to see. I'm not a hater. That I don't care that the movie exists. I just myself did not like it, and that was me. I must be wrong. If Rotten Tomatoes is saying 80%, there must be something there that I didn't see. And that's okay. Sometimes art is like that. Sometimes you don't like what everybody likes. And sometimes you like something that they don't. And sometimes they like something that you do or don't or whatever. And that's fine. That's life, you know. I didn't always like every album that my friends liked. I didn't always like every fucking girl that thought I would like them. You know, I've had some girls come to me in my life who were like genuinely shocked when I was like, I'm sorry, I'm just not that interested. You know, it's weird. You know, it often you'll have a girlfriend when they do it too, and it'd be like, no, I'm not leaving my girlfriend for you. No, you know.
Worse, other people.
And they're like, what do you mean? You're fat or you're old or whatever, and it's like, I don't know, I'm just sorry, I just have standards and stuff, I don't know.
That they're going crazy. Some people may just gaslight themselves into thinking that games have always looked this way. This problem that I'm talking about is called TAA, and what it does is cause the image to be blurry. Now, before I go more in depth into TAA, and I show you some comparison images, I don't want to just spend the remainder of this time demonizing the technology without acknowledging why it was used in the first place and also its strengths. I want to be as fair and as objective as possible because I believe doing that is the best way to achieve change, while also providing constructive criticism and feedback for how developers can mitigate this problem. So TAA, which stands for Temporal Anti-Aliasing for those who don't know, is an anti-aliasing technique that uses past frame information to anti-alias the image. This, in some ways, is superior to spatial anti-aliasing techniques, which do not acquire past frame information for its anti-aliasing process, because by using the past frame information, you can better tell what is aliasing and what isn't, because you have more data to work with. However, this process is not without flaws. Although it may be superior at anti-aliasing the image, it also comes with blurring and ghosting issues. Now, TAA is blurry no matter what, whether you're stationary or in motion. However, it is even extra blurry in motion, and the reason why is because it holding on to that past frame information bleeds into the next frame. And I'm going to show you some comparison images. First, I'm going to start with TAA in stationary versus TAA in motion, and then I'm going to do TAA off versus TAA. So this is Red Dead Redemption 2. This is TAA in stationary, kind of blurry, but this is at the moment you pan the camera. And this is just a light pan, nothing crazy. The faster you pan, the worse it'll be. That is pretty blurry. Now, I'm obviously recording a compressed YouTube video, and I'm not sure how well this will come across. But the more I zoom in, the worse this effect will get. Remember, I'm only zooming in to try to counteract YouTube's compression. I can see this perfectly fine without having to zoom in. And I'm also doing it for people watching this on smaller displays like phones. I'm on a So that is TAA, stationary versus motion. Here is another example in Dying Light 2. In motion, not in motion. Both are TAA. So
why is this suddenly unplayable? Is it the resolution?
Already blurry, extra blurry. Now, before I even show the other examples, many people's suggestions for fixing TAA, and they call it a fix, but I find that to be misleading, is they will say, well, just use sharpness. If it's blurry, just use sharpness. However, this is not actually a solution, because if that information is gone, sharpening does not bring it back. Sharpening brings back the illusion of detail. And I can't lie and say that it doesn't help to any degree. However, even when it does help, it only helps in stationary scenes, and it doesn't entirely negate the issue, it only helps a little bit. And even then, it does absolutely nothing to help in motion. There's no way you can correct this motion blur, because even if you made the sharpness aggressive enough to correct for the motion, that would mean that the stationary image would be very, very, very over-sharpened. And there's also just too much detail destroyed to get an image that looks anywhere close to native resolution without TAA. So by the time you get to that level of sharpening, either way, you're going to have sharpening artifacts. Now let's move on to no AA versus TAA. This is Gears 4. This is TAA, this is no AA. Now, one thing I want to make clear is that I'm showing TAA versus no anti-aliasing. In an ideal scenario, I would be comparing TAA to another anti-aliasing method that isn't TAA, such as SMAA. But we don't live in a perfect world, and this comparison is with no anti-aliasing at all. So you may see some jaggies, but this is nothing too severe that a spatial solution could not clear up. Really, temporal solutions only really shine when the aliasing is absolutely awful and atrocious because the game was designed with it in mind. So please do keep that in mind for the remainder of these comparisons with TAA off, but even then, you can see how much clearer the image looks with no TAA. It is not. Now before I even show the other comparisons, I just want to say, if you do prefer TAA on, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Even if you prefer in every instance, even instances where it is incredibly blurry, or it got a pretty bad implementation, there is nothing wrong with preferring blur, even if it's a lot of blur, or even destroying motion resolution, if you find the blur to be less distracting than jaggies. But just know, as I respect your opinion, and many others will too, that there is also nothing wrong with preferring a clear, crisp, sharp, and consistent
Me
image
too.
in stationary
Yeah,
or in motion
that's what I want.
over the blur that TAA causes. Now on to Witcher 3. TAA in motion, no anti-aliasing at all. Again, this is no anti-aliasing at all. Ideally, there would be at least some form of anti-aliasing. But because TAA is so prevalent, it's really the only anti-aliasing options provided in games these days. Now let's move on to Doom Eternal. This is Doom Eternal, no anti-aliasing at all, TAA. No AA, TAA. Another problem to highlight with anti-aliasing is not only does it destroy details, but anti-aliasing almost completely, if not completely, removes specular highlights. If you look over to the right over here and you see the white and stuff, it just removes all that white, which, you know, is very important for reflections. As you can see, the specular, very white details just get completely erased.
I never really noticed what he's talking about,
So
but I
that
do
can make things
now.
that are shiny look less good. Not to mention the image is just a lot blurrier. So here's me zooming in. And now let's go to another game. This is a game where no AA and TEA doesn't even really make that much of a difference. They both have about the same anti-aliasing quality level. In fact, if I go down here, the only reason that this aliasing is being cleaned up is because it's just outright being blurred to death and destroyed. I wouldn't necessarily call that efficient anti-aliasing. I would just call that putting a blur filter over the game and saying it's a job well done. But this issues with TEA is that it is a very
like every time I turn on anti-aliasing, I'm like, oh, I think I lost definition, but it looks better somehow. I don't know. This game is not running right for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird. I don't know why it's being so laggy. It seems weird, shouldn't. Fucking annoying.
Dynamic solution that requires a lot of tinkering and experimenting, and developers just do not put that time into it. So it is very, very easy to mess up, and anything that's very easy to mess up is not good for being an industry standard, considering how often game developers mess things up, whether that's due to ignorance or crunch. Now this is an example where both look bad. This looks pretty bad, and this looks pretty bad. This looks pretty bad because the grass just looks like a green
Halo
blob. It is very ugly. TEA probably has some of the worst anti-aliasing that I have ever seen. And then here it is without it. Grass actually looks normal. However, the developers of this game are undersampling their effects to such an extreme degree that they look dithered, because they're not at native resolution, they are sub-native, and they're using TEA to try to undither them, basically, to blend them together better, so they're not as dithered. However, that basically destroys all detail, and it gets even worse when you're in motion. So I can totally understand if you prefer this image, but I'm sure most of you can understand if someone prefers this one. because this image makes me feel like I have negative 40 myopia. So both images do not look good, but that's just Halo Infinite for you. So as I get further to the right, I'm starting to show images where TAA is a little bit stronger. Like this image, for example. TAA is pretty blurry, but I could totally see why you might prefer this. Whereas with a game like this, I don't know. I don't see any benefits to having it on, and especially this game. It's just a blur filter in this game. I mean, maybe the hair looks slightly better. This game, I can see you preferring it. It definitely, but I wouldn't call the aliasing in this game so bad that it is distracting or awful. But this just destroys a lot of detail that you will never get back. Not as much as Halo Infinite, of course, because again, TEA implementations vary from game to game, and again, this is with no anti-aliasing.
That's like unplayable. I don't know. I'm not gonna play this game right now. It doesn't seem like it'll let me play it. The frames just aren't there for some reason.
No TA image looks better in every single way, but the hair on temporal anti-aliasing actually does look better because again, they made the hair sub-native to increase performance, and then you can see those diluted effects, and you don't see them with TA on. So if you want the overall image to look better, just go no TA, but if you want the hair to look better, then go TAA. So now I want to go to my notes. Since TEA destroys information, but it also increases edge detail anti-aliasing, that means that 1080p tends to look either like 540p to 720p, somewhere within that ballpark. And the reason why is because it depends on if you're talking about motion or if you're talking about stationary, and it also depends on the game's implementation. But typically 1080p images will look like a lower resolution. This is why 1080p gaming in 2023 is absolutely awful, because 1080p does look fine, but since it's removing information from a resolution that's just barely passable, that just makes it look even worse. However, it increases the edge detail, so would you rather have a 720p image with 4K anti-aliasing quality, or would you rather have a 1080p image with 1080p anti-aliasing quality? I could see you preferring both either way, right? And I could also see you preferring one on a game-to-game basis. So I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's preferences here. And then for 1440p, you can get 1080p to 900p quality, but you get 5K anti-aliasing quality.
Oops.
So as you can see, the higher you go, it will still always be destroying detail, removing information, and making your resolution look lower than it is. However, gaming at 720p is a lot worse than gaming at 1440p, which is why at 4K, TAA begins to get less and less bad. Motion is still a big issue, but stationary shots, at least with 4K, don't look awful some of the time. So I can see how you could prefer either one, and especially if you're someone that's gaming on a high resolution. Now let's discuss the problems with TAA in games. Problem number 1. Games either include TAA or no anti-aliasing. They do not provide a spatial solution, so there's no middle ground. Problem number 2. Games force TAA and don't provide an off or non-temporal option at all. Problem number 3. Games sometimes look very bad with no TAA, such as visual glitches or a ton of shimmer. These issues can easily be fixed, but since developers aren't even attempting to provide a non-TAA option or an off option for their games, they have no reason to fix it because it's unintended. Problem number 4. Developers aren't optimizing their TAA. They just implement a generic version, then tune it to be as aggressive as possible instead of finding a balance between shimmer and blur.
Yeah.
This can happen because they're not really aware, or they're not very sensitive to TAA's downsides. They'll just hold still in an area and see the.
I'll be right back.
The flicker, the jaggies, and they'll tune it until it's basically gone, and they won't bother to pan the camera or move it all to see how it looks in motion. This problem to correct requires more education. Problem number 5. Developers aren't providing TAA-based options so users themselves can adjust the strength of the effect and find their own balance of clarity to blur. There is a lot of options for TAA, such as current frame rate, which is not frame rate, by the way, frame weight, as in like pounds, kilograms, which basically weighs how much the current frame takes priority over the past frames, which will obviously reduce blur, but as a result will not be as effective as anti-aliasing the image. Providing these sort of options and exposing them in the user menu can let users find their own limits. Problem number 6. TAA, much like forced motion blur, can trigger people with motion sickness, causing a making your games inaccessible for many people with this disability. Much like colorblind or deaf settings, this is an accessibility feature as much as a graphics option. So much like subtitles, for example, are an accessibility feature for deaf people, it's also something that non-deaf people can enjoy. So TAA helps both ordinary people and people with disabilities. So it is an accessibility option as well, and it's very important to improve it or to provide no TAA options as well. Solution number 1. Addressing problem 3. TAA can be used to denoise and upsample effects while not being used on the whole image. This, in addition to spatial AA, for the anti-aliasing portion, can provide players who dislike TAA with a non-broken image. So, in Unreal Engine, for example, I would adjust the TAA to be as least aggressive as possible, and it basically would be almost like it's non-existent, but the effects wouldn't be broken. And then I can just put spatial anti-aliasing on top of that. Solution number 3. Addressing problem 3 again. Games with broken effects with it disabled if the developer does not want to spend time fixing it can automatically be disabled and grayed out upon TAA being disabled. If the effect cannot be disabled as it is important to the game's rendering, you can then provide a warning message saying that this will happen when disabling it. Doing this will prevent users from encountering broken effects or understanding why some effects are broken in their games. Solution number 2, I have these out of order, my apologies. Addressing problem 4. It's highly recommended that developers provide TAA values in their games to tweak. However, if having multiple TAA presets with different levels of clarity to shimmer would also be a welcomed improvement if providing an off option or additional TAA settings in the menu will not be done. So since I, kind of stumbled on my words there, I'll explain this a bit better. If providing TAA-based values and options for the user to tweak is not something the developer is willing to do, having multiple presets with different, balances and clarity levels for different types of people is also a pretty good option. It's not as good as the other option, but anything is better than nothing. Notes. Non-TAA anti-aliasing may not always be superior, but in many instances where it is not, it's almost always because the game is built around it and non-temporal options weren't even thought of or optimized for during the process of making the game. This cannot be used as evidence that TAA is superior and that there's absolutely no reason to not be using TAA when the game was built around it. This would be like arguing AMD is superior because they have better performance in a game where they are sponsored. Games that weren't built around TAA and had it added later are the most jarring examples of just how bad the technology can be.
I need to pause it for just a sec. I gotta pee, guys. I'm sorry. Get some water. What a day. Okay. Gotta pee.
Note number 2. The quality of TAA and even no TAA will vary from game to game. Some games will be bad but not too bad, while others will be horrendous. While some games will look fine with no anti-aliasing, others won't. The second problem is because of the issue stated above, and the former problem is due to the fact TAA is too dynamic and variable for a consistent implementation, and developers do not typically take their time to experiment and understand the technologies they're implementing. This is why a lot of the times technologies like frame generation will get the UI wrong, even though, you know, NVIDIA and AMD's, you know, guides and resources will clearly underline how to do it, and developers will fumble it. TEA, it's such a universal thing that there really is no great universal resource that they can view in the first place. But it being highly variable, and you know, it can change from game to game, it can look good in one game, awful in the next, is something that just causes a lot of headaches for gamers. So the quality is going to vary, which means there may be some games where it's better to leave it off, and some games where it's better to leave it on. And that goes for both TAA haters and TAA lovers. You know, maybe not for the TAA lovers, because even if it is really blurry and the aliasing isn't that bad, and again, I'm not trying to knock anyone's preferences, they still tend to still like it, but that's perfect. In closing, all of the solutions mentioned here have been done before, most of which just weren't on mainstream AAA blockbusters. Despite the compartmentalization, I hope gaming studios with bigger budgets, more developers, and resources can spend a little bit of their time doing at least one of these things, even if it's not the one that's the most helpful.
It was very good. Rye mains never disappoint me. Miss Cat Hands. I want shorter games with worse graphics.
I want shorter games with worse graphics. More to work less. And I'm not kidding. A popular statement that's been floating around the internet the past couple years. You may have seen it in the form of this smug-looking Sonic image, maybe this pixel art rendition, maybe this promotional still for Spy Kids 3 that reminds me of what my nightmares look like. In any case, pretty much all of these memes have been spread around on social media, usually to a decent amount of virality. After all, the tweet that originated the phrase has tens of thousands of likes, and different variations of it still pop up here and there to start some discourse. The whole movement, I guess you could say, has sort of grown a mind of its own. In fact, Itch.io, a well-known indie game marketplace, even had a shorter games with worse graphics bundle made in 2021 by One Cannibal Interactive, which raised over $8,000 for 25 independent game creators, meaning that some people didn't just like and share this statement, but actively put their money where their mouth is. And that's pretty interesting to me, because on the face of it, this meme is quite contrarian. The point being made is very sarcastic, even going so far as to say games should be worse in some way, which seems like a controversial stance for someone to have. And yet, even looking at the posts I made asking people's opinion on it, many people agree with that stance. But I think it's that contrarian nature that made me so fascinated with this statement in the first place, because it's not just something people post in a vacuum. Agreeing with it doesn't just mean you don't like long games or good graphics. I mean, I'm sure some of you feel that way, but it's not what I see as the purpose of the statement or the reason for its popularity. What I see is a criticism, an expression of frustration, one pointed directly at the current state of the gaming industry. I mean, just flip the statement around and you get a much clearer message. Games right now are too long, too focused on graphics, and made by people who aren't paid enough for how hard they work. And I'm not kidding. That, to me, is what people are agreeing with when they like and share this meme. That, to me, is why it has taken off so much. And it's what sparked my interest in making this video. Because debates around video game length, video game graphics, and the well-being of developers have been going on since the dawn of time. They are topics that have individually been analyzed and argued to death on basically every platform. You've probably seen countless videos online discussing each one. Hell, I've wanted to make some myself. But instead of just doing that, I thought it might be a little bit better to cover them in combination, since doing so should reveal a lot more about what's going on. Video game length is a widely discussed topic that has had a huge amount of different arguments thrown at it. Especially when you factor price into the equation, there are many people that want games to be as large as humanly possible. 100-hour RPGs and 1,000-hour MMOs with infinite depth and replay value. After all, they do cost money, so you should be able to get as much content as possible from them. This has created a sort of measuring stick certain people use for a game's quality, where they compare the amount of hours of content to the price tag and only consider it worth it to play if the hour per dollar ratio is high enough. For example, Cult of the Lamb, a rather quaint base-building dungeon crawler that looks like Animal Crossing went to hell, famously had negative reviews from these people complaining that the game was less than 20 hours to beat while carrying a $20 price tag. The review that gained traction on Twitter notably compared it to Binding of Isaac, which they said was longer and therefore better. And yeah, that first part is true. Cult of the Lamb is about 20 hours, whereas Binding of Isaac with every expansion just barely beats it with over 500, because, you know, it's a roguelike game that's main gameplay loop involves playing it over and over and over again with slightly different abilities and upgrades and bosses and characters each time. Does that make it better, though? I would say not at all, because you might have a much better experience with 20 hours of Cult of the Lamb than you would with hundreds of hours of Isaac. And that argument I just made firmly puts me into the second camp, that being the people that prefer shorter games with more meaningful content. Usually, people fall into this camp because they don't have as much time to play longer games, or just don't enjoy spending hours grinding. Honestly, I think a lot of my thoughts on video game length are the same as my thoughts on open worlds. That being that I typically don't enjoy long games or large open worlds because the massive amount of content they boast is meaningless. It's reused and repeated side quests or filler that you're expected to do over and over again to simply run up the number of hours you're in the game. And sure, if the reason you play games is to just waste time or spend as much of it as possible doing pointless tasks, then these types of games can be very fun. I put over 100 hours each into Lost Ark and Black Desert Online because they were easy to grind while listening to a podcast. But none of those hours were meaningful to me. Give me the option to take them back and I wouldn't a heartbeat. Whereas two of my favorite games of all time are Hotline Miami and Dishonored. Both games that you can beat in a dozen or so hours, but every one of those hours for each game were well worth it to me.
Wait, now it's running.
Fun and worthwhile. They even got me to think and feel and engage with the game rather than just mindlessly consuming content the whole time. I wouldn't trade the
Okay. Suddenly it's great. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
To put it simply, I consider a 5-hour game that I can put 70 hours into infinitely better than a 70-hour game that I barely cared enough to finish. Anyway, video game graphics is then the next most controversial issue, and almost definitely the most hotly debated online.
Frames are good. Yeah.
More realistic graphics, or should they be worse? And to clear things up, I don't think anyone is really advocating for literally worse graphics, as in the game looks like shit, but more so stylized graphics that might not be as technically impressive. I mean, if you are someone who prefers their games to look terrible, more power to you, but I don't think that's what most people mean. And this argument, like the last one, is pretty subjective. I mean, hyperrealism is just another art style anyway, so what you prefer is up to you, and
Oh, I'm full? Shit, I am full.
Things. But where a lot of the debate comes from is the people fighting to get games to be made in their preferred style, or much more commonly, complaining that a game that does attempt to be technically impressive isn't impressive enough. There is a fairly substantial portion of the gaming community that seems to completely dismiss every game that isn't the most beautiful looking piece of software ever created. If a game doesn't push the graphics,
wow, frames are really good.
Redemption 2 did, well, it's basically useless to them. Spider-Man PS4 got pretty notoriously attacked on social media for quote-unquote Puddlegate, where people were upset that the puddles from one of the early gameplay trailers looked better than the ones in the final release. This is, if I may be so bold, really stupid. It's a dumb controversy propagated by people online whose opinions I don't really respect. But the controversy continues, with games like God of War Ragnarok being ripped on for not letting you cut down the trees, and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
God of War Ragnarok for not cutting down the trees. You can't let they're like, come on, let us cut down the trees. We really need a world to live in, and you won't let us cut down the trees in the world that we want to live in that you didn't really make. You made a single player game, but we want to live on your game. Ragnarok is so good, but you didn't let us chop the trees. I've had that complaint before a whole lot. You didn't let us chop the trees or pick the flowers, you fucking assholes. You made such a good world, but then you didn't let us live there, you fucking assholes. And so they literally end up saying, like,
the most beautiful looking piece of software ever created. If a game doesn't push the graphical boundaries like Red Dead Redemption 2 did.
Look, I found the right settings. Look.
Spider-Man PS4 got pretty notoriously attacked on social media.
This is it. It's perfect.
Puddlegate, where people were upset that the puddles from one of the early gameplay trailers.
Wow, I've never seen the game play this well. Wow.
I may be so bold, really stupid. It's a dumb controversy propagated by people online whose opinions I don't really respect. But the controversy continues, with games like God of War Ragnarok being ripped on for not letting you cut down the trees, and called out for low-quality textures by ex-game developer David Jaffe, who had a mental breakdown on Twitter over it. Here's what his last game looked like, by the way. Even Spider-Man 2 has had another water-related debate stirred up when some genius pointed out that the water simulations aren't sufficiently realistic, to the point that people called for the game to be delayed and for developers to go through more crunch time, just so they could make the water look better, in like one cutscene. Again, your preference for art direction and graphical fidelity are fairly subjective, but I think we can all say that your ability to chop down trees in God of War Ragnarok does not affect the quality of the game in any meaningful way. A shinier puddle or better water simulation wouldn't make either Spider-Man game noticeably better. These small details are appreciated when included and can enhance an already good experience.
Yep.
But just like with
there it is.
I do not play games to stare at textures and ray trace reflections.
Now, what am I in? I'm TSR Ultra. Oh, I want DLSS.
And even the games that I do enjoy the visuals
if you can give it to me.
Tend to be those with strong art direction, not higher resolution. Hollow Knight, Cuphead, Dead Cells, Hades, these are all beautiful games, and on a technical
I gotta change my title. Oops.
Aren't that sophisticated. But that obviously doesn't affect how good they look because they're so stylized. And even if the graphics of a game are objectively worse, if the gameplay is fun or the story is engaging, I'll have a much better experience than I would with the shiniest new cinematic tech demo. Again, good visuals can make a good game better, but they can't make a bad game good. And now the third argument of this titular statement I'm breaking down is whether game developers should be paid more. But honestly, I don't even think I have to cover the arguments here.
I think they're fine. I think they get money. I think they're okay.
Way more than they already are, and not be forced into abusive workplace conditions. There are countless stories of developers being worked around the clock and crunched into oblivion, usually because they're at risk of losing their jobs if they don't. I've talked about this in my horror games video and my Cyberpunk 2077 video, but there's dozens, if not hundreds, of cases. Even just Googling a random game during the research of this video, I pulled up LA Noire, a game that allegedly, according to leaked emails and verified anonymous sources, had people working up to 110 hours a week, where most of the developers were unpaid for that overtime and dozens went uncredited on the final game because so many of them left before the final release. An investigation was launched into Team Bondi to try and uncover these very unethical working conditions, and they went bankrupt 2 months later. With the saddest part being that Team Bondi isn't even the worst case of this, just one of the few that got caught. However, ultimately, all these arguments within the titular meme are somewhat common sense. I've just given an explanation as to why they exist and why I agree with them, but that seems to be kinda it. Video game length and graphics are very subjective at the end of the day, even if some sides of the argument are made by complete morons. And discussions about developer treatment are always good to have, but it's an incredibly uncontroversial opinion. Plus, just having a discussion doesn't really change all that much. At least I suspect this video is not the first time many of you are hearing about how bad developers are treated, and I'm certain that this video is not going to single-handedly fix it. So then, why did I make this video? Why am I talking so much about this statement? Well, this, and this, and this, and this, and all of these. What just popped up on screen right now might be familiar to you. Honestly, it probably gave some of you video game nom flashbacks. These are all developer messages. More specifically, apologies. Apologies for games being delayed to focus on—
Oh, I didn't buy Niter. Oh.
In a broken state anyway. What should be immediately apparent to you is that there is quite a few of these. So many, in fact, that people have literally begun to turn them into memes. It is darkly humorous to me that developers apologizing for their game launching completely broken have become so common that people have already predicted the format of their apology message. That should tell you everything you need to know about the current state of the gaming industry. Recent AAA games, namely ones like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Forspoken, Redfall, and The Last of Us PC, have been coming out so broken on release that it seems like a joke to even call it a release. It's more like an accidental page.
Dragon's Dogma 2.
You can probably count on one hand the number of major game releases this year that didn't have problems. And this is why I wanted to talk about this statement, because all of these broken games seem to have a few similarities I want to point out. You see, outlined in the common law of business balance is a—
Oh, look, I found the right settings finally. Look how good this looks. It's so fast and good.
Balances out different factors in order to measure quality, and it looks something like this. It's a triangle. The whole joke here is that it's a triangle. More specifically, the iron triangle, which is a really sick name. And on this triangle, you've got cost, time, and scope, which combined together make up quality. It's very simple. It's literally that old phrase, good, fast, cheap, you can only have two. Basically, the whole theory around it is that any project you're working on, you're constrained by the cost of the project, the scope of the project, also known as how ambitious it is, and the time it takes to finish. Balancing all three of these gets you a quality product, and breaking this balance results in poor quality. So if you want something done fast and cheap, it can't be ambitious. You want to finish an ambitious project in a reasonable amount of time, it'll cost a ton of money, so on and so forth. You should already be able to see how this affects video games and why I'm bringing it up, because it basically connects everything I've mentioned so far. The scope of a video game project has to do with its graphical fidelity and how many hours of content it has. The cost of a video game is related not only to how much money a studio spends, but also how much work the developers have to put into it. And the time is obviously tied to the deadline and production cycle most games are on. To expand a bit on that last part, since I didn't bring it up earlier, AAA games nowadays take anywhere from 4 to 6 years to make, which is up quite a bit from the 2 to 4 years that they took only a decade ago, meaning even that aspect of the industry has bloated out of control. Final Fantasy XVI started development in 2016 after the release of Final Fantasy XV, taking about 7 years to finish. For comparison, Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 came out in a span of just 5 years. I don't care if Final Fantasy XVI is the biggest, prettiest game ever, it's competing with 5 whole games being made in a shorter time span. one of which was an MMO. Anyway, applying the Iron Triangle to most modern AAA games, the problem is obvious. Games are taking longer to make, with more content and more focus on graphics, and they're working the developers to the bone. And even with the increased production time in larger studios, it still isn't enough to balance everything out. The time can't get much longer without games being developed that miss entire console generations. The cost can't be pushed any further without inventing some way for game devs to stop sleeping. And the scope just keeps growing, which breaks the triangle, leading to a broken, buggy mess. The way to stop these broken launches then naturally requires fixing the balance. Containing everything within that triangle will lead to higher quality releases, and the best way to do that is lowering the scope. Making games that aren't 100 hours long, but 20. Games that aren't trying to ray trace every reflection, but maybe focus on a specific art style. Letting your developers work in comfortable conditions so they can do better work. Did you know that working more than 40 hours a week actually doesn't increase productivity? Working more than 60 for a period longer than 2 months actually statistically leads to it being worse. And that is very light crunch time for most game studios. You know what does statistically lead to a direct increase in worker output though? Higher wages, shorter games, worse graphics, devs who are paid more to do less. That is ultimately how you avoid a broken release. That is how you make a better game, and that is why I think this goofy little meme is important to discuss. Because this vent of frustration that people have been putting out onto social media hasn't just been mindless ranting. It's not even a criticism at this point. It's a cry for help that the industry just has not been listening to. And if they did, it might just fix some of their problems. Now, as a channel who focuses a lot on gaming and talks a lot about problems with the industry, usually this might be where I end the video. I've made my point, I think the message is pretty clear, and in most cases, the best thing someone like me can do is raise awareness and start a discussion. I don't hold any misconceptions that my YouTube channel is making any meaningful changes to a billion-dollar industry, but while my patrons scroll up the side of the screen here, I just want to spend this time talking action, if for no other reason than to further that discussion. The main way in which consumers of video games, like you and me, have power is through collective action. A single person not buying a game or criticizing a developer does nothing. But hundreds of thousands doing so has led to companies reversing things like microtransactions and loot boxes in the past. I've even talked about examples of that happening in my video game monetization video. And in extreme cases, companies have even faced legal action due to their own poor practices. Remember, CD Projekt Red was sued by their own investors for lying about the state of Cyberpunk 2077.
I love this game actually. When the frame rate's right, the game's so good.
People and energy behind something, we the consumers can fight these corporate behemoths. For example, speaking specifically on the problems with developer treatment, there is thankfully an organized effort being pushed already. That being the unionization of game devs. Quite simply, I think every AAA game studio needs to unionize. The sooner the better. Unionization of game devs would not only allow a legal mandate for paid overtime, but also a limit on the amount of crunch the developers would have to endure. And a stop to all of the abusive workplace environments that places like Blizzard or Riot have made commonplace. Not only that, more union members has been shown to directly link to higher wages for even non-union workers in the same industry. Ultimately, unions are created to help workers and secure their rights. That's literally why they exist. And I'll be linking some information related to them in the description. Honestly, with the television and movie industry currently facing the WGA and possibly SAG-AFTRA strikes, the video game industry has more power than ever to push for a fairer working environment. But that's about all I can offer. Like I said, I don't think my YouTube channel is going to fix anything, certainly not in the video about a Sonic the Hedgehog meme, but I want to open a conversation about larger change because who knows what can happen. As always, thanks for watching, I'll see you next time.